What? I'm just finishing my food here. Confection, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Hello, Argentum. Hello, Samuel. Hello, Captain. This is what Bonky had weeks ago. What happened? Hello, Trisa. How's it going? Just doing my sky leap and eating my breakfast, or finishing it rather. Hope y'all are doing well. Welcome, welcome. You are, yeah, locking in these nuts. -2. Weekly watch streak thing. I can't seem to add the badge at the moment though. Wrong chat. Which chat? Who chat? Where chat? Alright, there we go. That's done. Let's see. Daily rupee here. Into picking up my casino scraps. Into showdown skips, which I think I did. No, I didn't. Do that. And then it is gold barge. And then it's time to do Guild Wars. Down with PoE stream. Did the evening PoE streams mess the streak up? I'm sorry. Hello, Sasso. Confib raid. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Confection's on a kill streak, though. 5 kill streak. Defeat them. He's killing me, yeah. Hello, Shasti. Boy. Hello, Phoebe. Low cortisol. Nico 1020. Get ready for fire today. Confection is still alive. Now defeated. Never mind. Now gones. What the hell, I died. I forgot to Is your E key broken, Munchie? I forgot to tell my coworker to get lactose milk in my coffee. Now I gotta poo. Hello, Jared. That finger. Munching's on his phone, right? So I don't think it can be broken. I got an achievement on Twitch chat. Reach. Oh wait, no, where is it? There we go. Kind of a big deal. Reach 1 million total hours watched on your channel. Wows. Hello, Nomad. One million hours. Who would have thought? That's a lot of hours. One. One million hours is 114 years. 114. Now, why am I only top 133k? How much honors do you have? I've not done a lot, by the way. I've not done a lot. Close this. We have 46 mil. Man, well, I've done more than you. Wait a sec, was that Aaron? Aaron is currently number 1, I see. Comfy. Confection rate. Is everyone the eyeball? Wait, is everyone doing the eyeball because it has a short animation? Absolutely not. Eyeball is you do it for missions and that's it. Eyeball covered alien skin. Oh, the alien skin. I see. No, it's not a shorter animation, it has a shorter load time. It has lower assets. How much meat am I farming for this skill ball? All of it, says Fox. You gotta farm some for me too. Go on. Low cortisol. Alright, we do this one. And then it's Guild War Rings times. I'm probably super behind on meat. We'll farm a bunch of meat and then we'll go into 90s. I don't have a 95 set up. I don't plan to go into 95, but if we need to rank, then I guess I will. Yes. Stampy kill. There we go. In my experience, it was just 90 with some plus attack added. Okay. You attack after Percy 3. Alright, it's time to EX plus. I got 25k, I'm gonna try and get 20 bill on it. 20 bill? That's a lot. What the? Sunako, thank you for the sub.
Sunako just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the 2 months in the Prime sub. Oh my god, 1999 music. Da-da-da-da-dum. The crewmate calc it out. If I did 200 to 25k, I can reach it. You saw this and you thought of DY. It has arrived. Oh, it's collecting Pokemon games? That's cool. Very cool. These are some like fancy ass cases though, right? I've never seen cases like this. Those are pins of the boxer. Oh, okay, that's why it looks shiny. I was like, I've never seen them like this. Okay, okay. I don't know how much meat I'll stop at. I'm just going. Is this JP ping? It's Australia ping. How much meat do you want to farm? Great question. When you figure it out, let me know too. So I can match. If I'm farming prelims for honors, should I farm 95 or horde? 95. Hi, what do you think about Fire's 2 luminous weapons? So yesterday, Ormikin and I did a podcast where we talk about the illustrious weapons extensively, so I would watch that. It's on my YouTube. The most recently uploaded video, that one has a section fully on illustrious weapons. That's my plan, to listen to it while working. Go to YouTube, yeah, so on my channel you'll find it. Horde is bad for everything other than laziness, exactly. Yeah, Horde is never efficient for anything other than laziness. I looked at the stream preview and saw 35 million skill damage, yes. There you go. There truly is a power canyon between mid-game and end-game. I'm decently ahead in my Magna M3 group with a ton of good gacha weapons. I'm hitting nowhere near this. So Magna can do this too. I just happen to be on a primal grid because I didn't want to change keys and stuff. But yeah, this is doable on a Magna grid. In fact, I would argue it's easier to do on a Magna grid. Yeah, you don't need gacha weapons for this, right? I think the grid I saw had once in them, but I don't know if that's necessary. For 99% of people, there's also no real difference between this and Percy 3. That's the big one. You can, like, there's not much point in doing this when you can just Percy 3. Like, is this better than Percy 3? Marginally, yes. But yeah, overall, the gain over Percy 3 is very, very minimal unless you're playing the game a lot. Even with Percy 3, you're not one-shotting? I see, yeah. Once you develop your grids, and maybe you're lacking some characters too, but yeah, either way. Percy 3 is a very accessible OTK. My Magna propaganda. Ancient Battlefield 90 health. Fire Magna, no gacha items. Percy 3 only. Cajun, but this is missing something. I don't see a water summon somewhere. Where's the Mimic Tura 2? This is one of my favorite Nier Automata tracks. Turn it up. You got your first Celestial Sword. Congratulations. You've got your Mimic Tura. I should go equip it for the first time in my life. Do all the nightmares have the same drop rate? No. It gets better, but it doesn't get better enough to offset how quickly you can kill 90. So at the end of the day, 90 is the best place to farm Celestials. What's the best level to drop the weapons and the boxes? When you say boxes, do you mean Chest of Good Fortune? For Chest of Good Fortune, you need to do 95. For weapons, Celestial weapons in specific, you want to be doing 90. How many chests can you get again? 60 total, and I forget, it's like 45 from drops, is that correct? You can check on the preparation page or the actual Guild War page as well on the wiki. Oh, it's 50 from drops, my bad, not 45. 50 from drops and then 10 from missions. How worth is it if I've only got one Celestial to use the mats to max it versus getting other ones? I only have the staff right now, missing 2 uncaps. So basically there is no opportunity cost in reducing ones that you've dropped to build up another one. The only thing that is factually incorrect to do is to buy a weapon from the shop and then reduce that copy that you just bought. As long as you're not doing that, it's fine. So like if I bought this spear right now and then reduced the spear, then all I've done is made the stock go from 8 to 7 and got nothing out of it. But if you've gotten Celestial drops, if you have, like, let's pretend this as a Celestial. If you've got a Celestial drop and you want to uncap another weapon, there's like no opportunity cost in reducing this one. Opportunity cost is not the right way to put it, but it's not like you're not like fucking yourself over doing that, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So if you want to finish the staff, you can reduce like the sword or the harp drops or whatever other weapon drops you got to finish your staff first. I guess my question was more on how big is the power jump to full FLB? From MLB to FLB, I think that's a big jump. You should do it. Hello, IC. However, do note that for FLB, you need to have recruited the corresponding Eternal. So for the staff, it would be 4th. Do we need to hit a lot today for top 300? Yeah, I think so. Our position's not very safe at all right now. Yeah, not safe at all. So ULB and then go for other ones? ULB is debatable. I don't. It depends. Your be depends on how often you're gonna use it in extra grids, I would say. Like I would personally probably do 4-star on the key weapons before I do a 5-star, but ultimately depends on where you're gonna use it. Yeah, UOB's quite expensive. I just uncapped them, not awakening. Yeah, but the process of UOBing is still expensive. Cap, I saw a World Cup meme earlier. You have to tell me. You have to tell me if it's accurate or not. Right now I have a 4-star staff and nothing else. So it might be worth to grab another one, then get 5-star. Yeah, sword and some other ones I would recommend. Ultimately, once again, depends on what characters you have. Hello, so unsure if you wanted to check it out. Pokemon Nova, a fan game that had a lot of anticipation, just released yesterday. It's a very chill Pokemon collector game. Pokemon Nova. I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Is it from fiongames.blogspot.com? Yes, that is correct. Okay. An open-world widescreen fan game set in the Ultra Megalopolis from Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Explore Ultra Space in an adventure focused on story puzzles and exploration. Very ultra. Alright, let me download this K18 virus onto my PC. Might check it out. Do I have to connect with the desktop site? Is Mr. Streamer going to get into Pokemon fan games? I've actually never played a Pokemon fan game. Believe it or not, chat. Believe it or not, but I've never played a Pokemon fan game. You think fan games are much better than official games? Yeah, I can see that. loved Infinite Fusion. The only one you've played post-game so far is Pokemon Insurgence. Me too. What the? It's a rest mode, hello. Pokemon All In. Oh wait, there is a Gumball one, right? I think I know about that one. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Hi, Kazu. You need to set up your 95. I'm currently trying to avoid 95 like the plague. I'm also 95. We're all just avoiding it. If we all collectively do enough 90s, it'll be fine. There's a 2-button setup and a 1-summon 1-button. "90 is the way for my sweet crystallized core. Does Percy count as a button or 0.5? Are you killing on Percy is the question. Do you all do 95s for your chest and dip or only doing 90s? I don't care about chest personally, Fox, because I'll get them on 100 and 150 days. Like basically, I don't need to do it in prelims. I did all my 95 for the skill wall last RT, making the pure Magna setup last night. Bum, bum, bum. Is there a reason to not run 95 compared to 90? You don't run 95 if you want celestial weapons. You run 90 for celestial weapons. Let me explain once again. 90 is the best for celestial weapons. The currently available highest nightmare is best for honors, which right now is 95. When 100 comes out, that will be the best for honors. When 150 comes out, that will be the best for honors. This is assuming you can kill everything in a decent fashion, right? Obviously, if your 95 takes 20 times as long as 90, it's not going to be worth it. But this is assuming you can kill everything easily. "95 has boxes though, right? Boxes are here for the entire guild wall. You don't have to get them on day one. You can just get them when 150 comes out. Like, there is no functional benefit of getting the boxes now on 95 unless you right now need the cause. Like, boxes don't only drop in 95, they drop in everything from 95 and beyond. I'm just getting all my chests from 150. Maybe you farm 50k. Sounds like a good number. Cajun Dibsing Sunchilla, very interesting. You don't know how much you're farming. I just know that I'm not going to be able to play much on days 2 and 3, maybe 4 as well. Munching is slacking the skill ball. That's crazy. It really is. I'm retired, Fox. Okay, that's just a lie. It's just a lie. If we're all retired, who's getting us to top 300? Faye? Levi, do you want to see the picture Rest posted yesterday of Sonics? Sonics. Of who? I don't know. I've watched your video. I can't understand the details of your conversation in English, but I agree we got good weapons, just a toy compared to other weapons. The fire ones you think are a toy? I don't know if I agree. I think the fire ones are good. I think Higoi especially. Higurashi is good. And blazing, yes, it's more of a fun weapon, but that's just the type of weapon it really is. Of Sonic. Interesting. They're all toys. Is 90 good for celestial weapons because of how fast you can clear? How fast you can clear it, and the fact that because it has low HP, you can run a lot of drop rate. I gotta watch my back around this munching guy. Hello, Light. Munching sent me a spoiled image. Is this the rest mode one? Show it to everybody. I haven't clicked it open yet, so I respect people's privacy. Don't unspoiler the image, says Inuvi. Inuvi knows what it is. Interesting. Of course, Icy wants to see it. Yeah, that's typical Icy though. Not surprised at all. Don't unspoiler it. Don't unspoiler it. You erased it? It's an Icy type. Is it really an Icy type? I have standards. Can't just be anyone. What on earth does that mean now? It's the foot one, says Kira. Interesting conversation we got going on here, chat. I see DM'd me that we're having a grand feat discussion. I see. I did what? Are you telling me Zynex is lying? He's really not beating the allegations. I followed a GBF Guild War guide, but I can't OTK EX Plus still. Could be a couple different things, to be honest. It's hard to say without knowing your grid and things like that, but ultimately look at other people's setups and then try to learn from them would be my best advice, really. Do you know how? Do I know how to OTK? Or wait, what's the question, sorry? But on the wiki, we have a lot of examples. You can use them to try create your own. So have a look at that link. Have you finished Seer's Academy? Dun, 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 dun. Hello, I try. You just had to fix your front door. That sounds annoying. Hopefully it's all fixed now. As a temporary fix, it's time to Hinakora's lock-in. Chris Velga Fazir. I saw people running this. Oh, okay, not that team. But yeah, I did see people trying her Svelga here. Probably much less of a meme now though, because you know, you get to do triple attacks and things like that. Chat, what do you guys think about what do we think about this OTK? We're already in top 300. Yeah, we're not well into it though. Ah, why is your button on? Unethical destruction damage was a mistake. It thought that is through Ellie resist, yes. You love this funny gun. I should run this OTK. It's so funny that you can offerly cag, yeah. And buy her Svelga for every guild war. Off Ellie, that's all fire and destruction damage. I mean, it's true. The water damage is doing jack all. It's the fire and destruction damage. Is it faster than Aura? No. I mean, okay, look, functionally, it's the same. Aura is only faster because it has lower assets. Like, this is definitely more of a meme team. Using a water team? I am. Bust out the Wind Lancer Origin Vesusio Call now. I haven't seen that one. So I don't know the setup. I'll try and make it, but I might be missing some things. If you have a link, and I'll try to copy it. I think you need Gay Ball, got 3 plus Matera bows. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm not doing that. You'll be looking a bit okay. Dun, 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 dun. Good night, guys. Win the round for me, DY. TY. What? Cadron, is he allowed to do that? Bro, I thought I had my game open. DY, is her Svelga faster compared to what? Orologia? No, it's not. But it's funny. Is that 300 safe? No, it's not. It's not. Now that I'm hitting yes, says Murdy. Oh, so we get to all take a break now. Bum, 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 bum. Murdy, are you doing this OTK as well? I gotta do that instead of my Aura 1, so I can get Kaguya XP for my Neo. Exactly. Crazy you can run double Kaguya. I open Twitter and the first thing I see is this fuck-ass team destruction damage was a mistake. Share the fuck-ass knowledge, Cajun. Cajun means this team that I'm doing right now. You have to take a break to fix the door, but otherwise it's fine. You're chilling the skill more. It's the first fight, Guild War. You don't have everything you want. Dun, 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 dun. How do you get the shield? I have a Summer Europa weapon in my grid. But there is also a couple other weapons that do that. Like there's the slime one, the lich weapon, and things like that. Okay, we're gaming. Funny gun for the win. How does MC start with the shield? I have the Summer Europa weapon. How dare water be able to do this? Is it wrong to call a setup no gacha if it has gacha characters in it? Look, from context, I would realize they're talking about gacha weapons. Linguistically, it is probably incorrect when it has gacha weapons, yes, but yeah. You mean Holiday Arulu? Oh, sorry, yeah, not Europa, my bad. Arulu, Arulu. Just say no gacha weapons and nobody can complain. Yes. So I only have to make one of the 3 sand bullets for Hrsvelga. You have to make one of each, yeah. not terrible, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. If next go was light, I have to farm bullets. Ah, yes, Water Guild War again. Yes, it's Water Guild War again, chat. Can't wait to use your aura for Guild War. It's always Water Guild War. Can Mammoth save us? I come back and it becomes Tarnation. By Mistral to manual this Guild War. WTF gun gaming, yes. We are gun gaming. Next Guild War is what? No, next Guild War is gonna be light or dark. We just don't know which one yet. Do bullets affect other gun proficiency MCs, or is it only gunslinger or soldier? Only gunslinger and soldier. I don't know what illustrious I want next. You have so many already. Gunslinger origin when? I think if EX2 classes did get something, it won't be for a while. Or at least I don't think soldier would be for a while, I should say. So I think they'd give bullets to an origin class. The row ones? No, I don't think so. Yes, I don't think so. Archer should get arrows and new farmable ammo. You're surprised Elo doesn't have dual wielding? I didn't expect it, I'll be honest. I think it'll be there for other classes maybe, but hope they give it to Thief. Dual daggers would be sick. See, you say that, but then you go and look at the classes or the elements with daggers. Fire dagger, let's have a look. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Water dagger. Water has Gospels and the Destroyer, so water's saved. It also has a liar. Dirt. Exo Sieg. Primal has this. Magna has to run that. Wind Primal is good stuff. I don't know if Wind Magna. Wind Magna's just Tiamat edges. Okay. Yikes. Light is just double Cosmos. Okay. Dark is sort of stinky too. So Dark and Fire is super stinky. Streaking already has it, so Thief getting it makes sense. Couldn't you say that for Fighter Origin though, because Viking had it? The Light has Footsore, yes.
コレート作りを始めるとしよう。
Could also say the same for priest.
そこやるじゃん。 さてチョコレート作りを始めるとしよう。 そこそこやった。 脅威は去った。今のうちに行くぞ。
I think Strike King requiring one of each one is interesting. It is. Because Strike King was the first one to really do that. I mean, no, actually Viking incentivizes it too, right? I don't think there's any benefit for Viking to have the two of the same. Yatra is the weird one where you have different results depending on what you do.
そこ褒美のチョコレートをやろう。
Alright, chat, it's time to do this OTK again. Yeah, Yatra. I mean, I think personally that healing classes are sort of screwed. Regardless of what happens. Just make them yellow. They might do that. We'll have to see. But that's not the only issue. Priest Origin will be good, trust. I do have high hopes for Origin classes. Both have been really good so far, so... No summons is to more smoothly. No summons and no characters is to lower asset loading time. So it's just a faster load in. Very minor improvement, especially when I'm not playing optimally right now. But, you know, it's more to showcase that it's possible. Just make that a passive of priest origin. I mean, here's the thing though, chat. Like, green skills being used in FA really isn't the problem with these classes. Like, if the classes were good but you had to manual them, you would still see them be used, but they're not. They just have shit skills, yeah. That's really what it comes down to. They have shit or too situationally niche skills. Like, just look at Sage's skills, right? One of them is mechanically very powerful and has been used, but it's extremely niche. And then, like, other skills are like, what? You have to kill your MC to get a buff. A buff that, like, you know, other characters or classes, like, have, like, far superior buffs and they don't need to go through any of those loops. They're like hoops. What am I eating? I just opened some shapes. No, it's not Tim Tams. Although I do have Tim Tams, but no, I wanted something savory. A lot of endgame bosses don't let you revive or something as well. There is that too. But at the end of the day, the skills just sort of stink. It's just not worth it. Like, see, they already have a healing skill that is full autoable. That's not the issue. This skill just gives you something after you die. Getting MC to die is annoying in the first place. And yeah, what it gives is just not that great. Yatro. Class gives you healing on a yellow skill. Once again, not the issue. Gives a permanent buff. Not that big these days. It wasn't really that big when it came out either. And then this is a full heal. That is full autoable. And once again, it's... like, I think healing as a mechanic is like... it's already situationally... it's already niche. That's not to say healing is bad, because there are plenty of good healing weapons or characters, but you want it to do other stuff as well, and currently you just don't do that. And class has no debuffs, like no damage. Healing is something we use as an addendum to something else. Yeah, like weapons like Shishio, right? It's a good healing weapon, but it's not used because of its healing. Like, that's a good bonus. It's time to log in, have fun in PoE. Pots are too powerful. That's a good point too. It's hard to justify running a class that only heals when every class has access to healing by clicking on the pot. You don't play PoE. Oh, I see. Good heal is a full heal. I mean, like, Yatra has that. Full heal isn't the issue here. Like, honestly, what the class lacks, in my opinion, is just raw damage. If Funf only full healed, she wouldn't be good. Exactly, right? We know from Funf that healing is not enough. Character needs to do other shit. Because that's what Funf used to do. And she was never used. And Paladin is similar too, just in a different way. I would agree, yeah. Which is why I thought Spartan was going to be fucked when Ultimate Mastery released, but then they just gave it a shit ton of damage, and turns out if you give a class a lot of damage, it tends to work. And part of the deal is that if your damage is high, you don't need healing. Yep, that's true as well. You don't need healing if you can just kill the thing. How would I design healing? I feel like healing effects are most useful when it's like, for the most part, a passive heal that you constantly get to keep yourself topped up, or a big ass fucking heal that you manual or use, i.e. pots, right? Those tend to be the really good healings. Like the passive one isn't like as in your face impactful, but you having it and not having it is a big difference. Paladin and Mantis are classes you can tell they had no idea what they wanted to do. See, I don't agree with that. It's very obvious what they wanted to do, but just from a conceptual point, it's hard for it to be good. Like, I look at Paladin and there's a very clear idea there of what the class wants to do. It's just as the game develops, and there's always going to be, if you can just kill it, why be defensive? It's sort of like, I don't know, in any other game, like, let's just pretend you're in Dark Souls, you can tank up, and then, you know, you can tank up and then take a little damage, and then take forever to kill the boss, or you could just kill the boss. So yeah, I disagree that Paladin and Mantis, they didn't know what they were doing. I think from a conceptual point, it's very clear what they wanted to do. And here's the issue though, right, chat? Here's the issue, and I think Spartan sort of shows this issue. When you have a really offensive character or class that has really, really, really powerful defensive things, then you break the game. You actually just break the game if that happens. Because not only do you do a shit ton of damage, you're just immortal at that point. So that's why I think they're especially careful on very defensive classes. Like Paladin is able to tank pretty much every skill in the game, right? anything that isn't an insta-kill, Paladin can probably tank. If you gave that class a shit ton of damage, then suddenly you're just immortal, and then you're doing shit tons of damage. There's a reason Percy 2 has a stupidly long cooldown, yeah. By the way, on this topic, I would also argue that this is really only a opinion of, I think only like people who are like min-maxing setups share like this opinion that I'm talking about. Because I remember when I was making my class priority list, people were not happy that I was putting Paladin low. Because it was good for like Mugen or something. Because in my mind, it was like, why run why do Paladin if you can just do Mana Diver and kill it? Right? But at the end of the day, like certain setups might be more accessible. And you might just not be able to do a certain threshold of damage with a high damage class, in which case you sort of have to tank up. So I think there's always a place for them. It might just never be exciting for me personally. You think Uno is a good example? Yeah, Uno is a great example of a character whose defense is so strong that you can just be super offensive. Which character? You can always, if you're not sure, you can type wiki in the chat and then Uno like this. He just shits out so much damage and heals so much with S4, yeah. You just didn't hear what I said? Oh, it's probably because I'm stuffing my face with shapes at the moment, I'm sorry. I think it's S4 is one of the best skills in the game, yeah. How's it going? Hello, Alt. We're just chilling, farming slowly while eating snacks, talking about origin classes. Yeah, EX plus Uno, I did that too. Good character. Good character, now sort of insano. Which origin am I most excited to see? Knight and Ranger. I'm not biased at all. Yeah, Knight gets all the Spartan stuff. they could swap proficiencies around. So we've talked about this before. I don't think any class gets more than 2 proficiencies in this, because if you count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. There's 20 weapons here. And there are 10 weapon types in the game. So I think they're making a deliberate decision to even it up. So I personally don't think Axe will get 3. What weapon gets access to tag team? Alright, hear me out, chat. I think the least broken class to give tag team to is gun. I'm not kidding, by the way. No, like, just think about it. You're fucking delusional? No, think about it. Think about it. Hrisvelga is good because of soldier bullets in these situations. And if you're using Hrisvelga, you want MC to attack twice. Tag team gives you 1 attack and you lose bullets. Soldier already has a tag team that's better. Why would you get tag team that's worse? In current meta, tag team would be worse than open fire. Exactly. Gun already has tag, and that tag is already better than tag team. So there's like, it wouldn't change anything. Nopers, you would click ammo belt. So you get to skip ammo belt. Yes. You get to skip ammo belt, but then you lose 1 attack on MC. But I think we're forgetting that bullets are a massive part of this. I'm not saying it wouldn't enable new stuff. Of course, having tag on a gun would enable new things. But I don't think it's as batshit insane as people are thinking. Do any other elements have good guns? Not as good as water. There have been some that have been used in fire, dark, light, and earth, technically, but yeah. They range from meme to okay to maybe viable. Do I think 2 origin classes will get katana? I think every weapon will get 2 classes, 2 origin classes. That's what I think. I'm out of shapes. Feels bad. What is a bow but a one-string harp? Wow. What are shapes? Like candy. No, the... Yeah. I had these ones. I had these ones. 2.5 health star rating, by the way. So very healthy. But there's other flavors too. These are like the OG ones. These three. But I actually like the fully loaded ones. These ones better because they're crunchier. These ones are much more, they're sort of drier. Epic garlic bread, exactly. And that's close to my hotel rating. I love the extra toasty cheese. It's because they're crunchy. Was that 2.5 game with score? No, not game with. I'll enjoy my jumpies and... Oh, jumpies? I've not had jumpies in so long. What the hell? Jumpies are good too. Every non-Aussie's like, what the fuck are jumpies? Bring it up one sec. So jumpies are these, chat. They look like these. And yeah, they're kangaroo-shaped snacks. They don't taste like the goldfish snack. Omi can send me those ones. Yeah, it tastes different from that for sure. Yeah, it's not cheesy. It's not... It's a very different texture. Are we going to play Mecha Chameleon at some point? I think so, during Guild War at some point. I think so. It sounds like a nice detour for like a session or two. K-Teen told me about a Pokemon fan game as well. Might check that one out. This guy's gonna play while I'm at work, isn't he? I'll try not to. 100%. Me playing at work also means that comp will betray you as well. I'm just saying. Is it Pokemon Nova? I'll be honest, I forgot the name already. What is it, chat? It's Nova. Okay, yeah. Da, 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 da. Did you see the lads plush videos? I did not. I'll check their timeline. Oh, there's a new PoE tweet, chat. Hold up.
Rogers, game. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. In 050, we added a new system where creators can make build guides showing exactly what passive to allocate and what skills to use. It's been super successful, and a huge number of build guides have been created. But until now, using the build planner has required downloading files and putting them on your PC, but we always wanted to add a simpler way. Now, build guide creators can add a subscribe link for their build directly on their website. Simply click it, confirm on our website, and the build will automatically appear directly in your game client.
No one uses this
This means
system. I didn't use it because I heard it was buggy. I wanted to use it, and I will probably use it in the future.
Players on consoles can use build guides too. It also means that build creators can update and improve their build guides, and you will automatically get any updates when you log in. If you want to upload your own builds, simply go to this location on the website and upload a build file. Thanks for watching, and see you in raid class.
If you want to upload your own, you can do this. I mean, this is basically the same as downloading it onto your PC, but I guess for console it's better. And then you can switch between accounts. But like, if it was in the game, I would 100% use it because like, when I'm leveling, oftentimes I have to alt tab to POB to check, hey, where am I going next? Whereas I wouldn't have to do that anymore. Does anyone know what the 5 Asusia Call only EX Plus setup is? Any knowers? Doesn't that use Force Sending? Well, I don't know.
Yaha, Wamu da yo.
Tender Bear.
ここ行って遊ぼう。
Tender BR just subscribed for 16 months. Am I legal yet?
16 months. Thank you so much. Welcome. Tender question. How close do you guys park to TA? You have a 3 Sennen version for Sussy OTK? Yeah, link it in chat. Usual goal is around 500 ranks, but I've gotten a bit lax since I fucked up that one time and landed us in tier B. Right, okay. Extras are only for off early. You get Sun Amp earlier. Oh, okay, okay. You get Sun Amp on Ellie, otherwise making it easier. Gotcha. Mostly looking to prep for future Guild Wars because it's funny. dun, dun. I just got an ad for Minions 3. Hello Nightfall, 180 stream streak. Bum. I was really hoping I'd get a trailer for the new Jackass movie when I went to see Masters of the Universe yesterday. I don't think this is wiki setup, but hard support based on the main hand weapon. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is probably for off early as well. So I guess you would try something like this, and then for Fire Guild Boards, you would need less things. Ba-dum, ba-da-bum. That's the last one for real this time. They're in their 50s. They should have stopped it when they were in their 20s. Dun, 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 dun. bum, 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 bum. Let's try to get to like, I don't even know how much meat. We'll get to 50k first and then decide there probably. SWT Dance. Okay, I got curious about Pokemon Nova, so I tried downloading it, but why are they straight up using music from Honkai Star Rail out there? That's funny. Why is the Diaz animation intro so damn slow? It does feel really slow, but it's the same as always. Is that a deer or what is that? Is it a wood made of deer? I'm thinking it's like some sort of spiritual primal beast sort of thing. Ludern was cooler. I would agree with that. I think Ludern was cooler. Chat, what's your favorite Guild War boss? Tartman. Okay. Visually, the cunty tetrahedron. You're like the bunny. I love the way Serta made my screen lag on entry. Bermuda Triangle, not an answer I expected, I'll be honest. Tartman remains peak. Tsuchinoko. That's a good one too. Dun, 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 dun. Fox, what are you doing for NM95? I'm not touching it, but can you show my... I can show my grid. Hello Kwan, how's it going? You hit your crewmen, so now you're chilling. Whale alert. What on earth? Fox is unrelatable. I don't have Mika. Can't believe this. I thought you were relatable, Fox. Fox wants to do 20 billion honors this Guild War. Fox nods. Really? Okay. I think we're gonna do something about this Fox person. Fox is bloating everybody's top 100k. My 150 is so tight on damage. I haven't made a single 150 setup yet. I really need to. You're praying to the stars. 2+1 works. Waiting for the grid wizards to come up with more NM150 FA setups. 150 FA. The raid's not even out yet. They must be on the testing server. Just use the streamer client. I thought the streamer client only give gacha luck. I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now. There is no such thing as a streamer client. I'm sorry to let you know. That wasn't very convincing. You're running out of Agnes. Someone in your crew's 3 billion. What on earth? I'm off the water team, yeah, off the water team now. We can go back to the water team whenever. WTF for water team, yeah, this one here. I've got TT. Where's the shield coming from? Stardust Holy Rod. Boar RNG, no, kills without boar as well. Kills without boar too, you don't need to worry about that. Can you Cajun button it? Sure. It's a meme setup if you can do like Oro and stuff, but you know, it's fun. It has a fire character, so it's fine. Why is that necessary? Why is what necessary? The shield. The shield gives you fire echoes with Valentine Sakasa. Huh? This is killing with echoes because our water damage does 0 damage, right? I just put in raw for the Merc, by the way. I don't actually know if it's the best raw weapon. So try stuff there, I guess. An odious weapon or something else might even be better too. Double CAG off Ellie is insane, yeah. Ninja, I think if you have consistency issues with the current bullets, you just swap to Belial bullets. I don't think this is still without Sakasa. I think Nico's doing this without Sakasa, right, Nico? You need more damage though, yeah. Sakasa adds a lot. I think you have to run like not double Kaguya or something like that. But to be honest, double Kaguya for regular EX plus is a meme anyways. Most Ellies do have a shield echo character, by the way. Wait, this guy still plays this game. I'm farming meat, and then we gotta hit some 90. We might check out that Pokemon game, that fan game later. We'll see, we'll see. Shut up. Should I have a decadent triple chocolate Tim Tam or a popping candy chocolate stick? Get help. Eat both? No. They don't go well together. I've tried. Tim Tam. We go with the decadent triple chocolate. How about lunch? I don't want lunch. What's the average celestial drop rate? One in how many? One in one. That's not correct. I don't remember the number. 5? Yeah, 5k sounds right. What the hell? Argentum. You run on 1 in 2k? That seems common. Mm. 10 and 15k. How many celestials do you need, Omikin? A lot, yeah. I don't have a number this time for myself, but I'm in the same boat. Need a lot. Got reamed the last Gilmore. I think I got maybe 3 to 4 in how many? You need to farm a lot more? Yeah, me too. Me too. Most of them are from High Nightmares. You got shit tons of revenants. I want to be able to cover staff and harp, I think. Skill Awakening is popping up everywhere. Yes, yes it is. I have, what do I have so far? So skill sword. Harp is not done at all. Fist is not done. We got 2 guns. Got this level 5, yeah. I feel like these 2 are highest pro at the moment. And then I want to be able to get 2 as well, so. You want to make a CA katana? Yeah. I think I need like 80 weapons. Almost considering boxing cores. We don't have any New York Foundation, but it is right before Evoker Transcendence, so. You need to make a skill axe. Is that for Erish things? A skill axe and attack axe are calling out to me. I made an attack axe yesterday. But yeah, skill axe I think I want also. Dark uses skill axe a ton, right? Seed a bit in fire too now. Well, if I want 2 staves, 2 harps, and 2 axes, 1 more axe, I need 98.3 weapons. I need 1475 cores. Where do cores go, chat? Is it uncapped? Eternals. An event. Hello, Kuro. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I have 25, so. Hi, by any chance, do you have an old nickname as DDK? No. How many do I have if I reduced all of these? If I were to do this, that would be 420. So yeah, I still need a lot. I'm running out of perpetuity rings. How many characters are missing rings at the moment? Or have you ringed everybody you want? There's a couple you're holding off on. Can't just throw them around willy-nilly. Yeah, that's what I say. Why do you think I have so many? I only truly ring characters that I like. That's why I don't use them a lot. I have 10 on me and more in the shop. Unlike these Steam babies who ring random SSR characters they've pulled. Ha 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 ha. Hey, I know S-Dog R2, says Munching. I see. Oh cool, I managed to mangle together a grid that can one button. Percy should sue for overwork. NM90, I forgot to add that. Bravery certificates have one job of being used to purchase copies of Revenant weapons. Purchase items in the Unite and Fight shop. Yes. All you can do is buy Revenant weapons with them. You love leeching off your crewmates. Revenant weapons don't drop from this event, right? Incorrect. They do drop from the raids. They can. It's a low chance, but they do. And you also can get them from the boxes too. Like this is the Revenant weapon event. Like you get them from here. You can get these things here. After box 60, you have to switch from one of these. You're probably boxing this, but after box 60, you have to change to one of these. Dun, dun, ba-da-dun, dun, dun. Chat, have any of you guys played the new I think it's a Square RPG, right? The Adventures of Elliot. I heard it's good. I'm still farming meats because I'm bored. I don't know what else to do with myself. This drop rate 90 is kind of nuts. That's with your Hiku. How much extra do you get to run over just double Kaguya? Not Hiku, sorry, Blazing. I don't know why I said Hiku. There's a meaty demo and you can carry over progress. Also no. Oh, okay. It seemed fine, but you didn't like it? Just Mimic, Minno, Double Kag, and Essa. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll be missing the Mimic Minno. It's mixed reviews. Oh, really? I heard it was good. But yeah, maybe reviews-wise, it's not very. I hate this time of year. Why is that? Is it too hot? I also hate really hot weather. I also really hate hot weather. Because like in hot weather, when you have chocolate, it just sort of melts in your hand before like you can put it in your mouth and then you get sticky fingers. There's people being too loud. Oh, okay. I thought it was too hot. Can you shut the fuck up? It's true though. Like you pick up a Tim Tam and it like melts in your hand and then it like swivels down. Just use the wrapper to hold the chocolate. That's not how it works for Tim Tams. Unless synaptic. Even then you lose chocolate to the wrapper. It sucks either way. How much hold up. How much quartz do I have? $761. Is that enough for evokers? Who knows? No, sorry, you need 100 per. That means I'm screwed. I mean, Transcendences won't come out like immediately, so. Are you okay? Told the docs to discharge me from hospital. Hope you're fine. Hope you're okay. Refrigerate or freeze? At 10 to 20 minutes before. Could do that, yeah. Okay, Twitch wigged out on me. I was so confused, didn't realize I was watching yesterday's VOD, but chat was current live stream. Lil Nas gets boomed. What the hell, Lights? How could you target one person like that? Dun, dun, dun. Everybody's getting bonked. And Chikawa dance. An emote so cute. Nia Chikawa collab. Wait, Nia Automata or Nia Granblue? Hmm. And both? Nia skins for Pocket would be funny. Chikawa with like an eye patch. Next random gets themselves timed out. I'm surprised you didn't do that already. The terms weren't stated. The terms have changed. You fool. You get to time out one of the people who need to consult the graphs on Wiccan at least. Shadows redeem timeout someone Ormican. Someone definitely didn't read the terms and condition there. What's this, Kermit? Let's have a look. Oh, it's the Vice Schwarz cards, right? Boost to pack Granblue Fantasy. Oh, they're adding the Guild Wars skin art. Lyria Anniversary. Very cool. Is this Battle Spirit? Is that the name of a card game? This is Vice Schwarz. Not me. Oh, good, I lived. Uh-oh. Why is everybody dying? Why not? Why are you endorsing this? I didn't do anything. What you mean? What happened? I think I was shot. Gobu on the screen. Yes, Gobu Gobu. Good character, Gobu. Can we have a Yu and Ye chart on the amount of meat people should farm? An Yu and Ye chart. I don't know what that is. What does that mean? How's Guild War going, Crypto? Mugulita. Guild War's going well. We're just chilling, farming meat at the moment. Oi! Alright, what's this? Wait, what? Okay. Alright. So they're not gonna be on 6% then. They're not allowed to do this now? Wow, okay. This basically means they won't be available on 6%. Or like sparkable on 6%. Interesting.
Clarice-chan, power up!
Mugalita just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Formal isn't going to be a 6% banner this time. No, that's not what this means. We're saying old Formal will not be included on the new Formal banners as sparkable units is very likely what this means. And it also means that if you had spent your tickets, your CAG tickets, it sort of sucks because you could have spent them on Formal banners. Yeah, me, Nico, you saved? Oh, very nice. Formal takes its spot next to Lotto. Oh no, my Frau. I'm not sparking this shit. Nobody is saying to. Do I try to spark here or wait to see if they're sparkable again after Gala? That's so hard to say. If we go back in history to the time period where if we go back in history to the time period where Valentine's was included, what happens back then? So if we go back to like 2020, we go back to 2020 in February. Yeah, no, so like Valentine's was added back. Everybody was added back on February 14th. And then they were in the banner till the end of the month. So yeah, formal is already acting differently, right? So instead of adding it and then them lasting, it's looking like they're added first and then this is gonna happen. Me IRL right now. Just get this. If it's your second deal, so just grab it with an anniversary ticket, honestly. No rerun limited scam timing. Fuck this banner. I do have a Seer available. I should probably just bet on the chance they are sparkable because I have that failsafe. This banner is a big scam. I guess the fact it was on a gala last time was a big coincidence. What? Chat, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I feel like, okay, hold up. I don't know how many people have misunderstood the situation, but Kuro, you've clearly misunderstood this situation. Ilsa and Frau released last year. It is not like what's happening now is not them saying, hey, there's a formal banner tonight with new characters on it on 3%. This is the rerun for Ilsa and Frau. Every character is released on Gala. This is not them saying, hey, we're going to release formal characters on 3%. This is them rerunning a formal banner from last year, which has characters we've already seen before. Typically, this actually happens on 3% for every season. Yeah, but formal is a new season, and previously in the past, seasons like this, like Valentine's, have added these older characters to 6% galas as well. So we were hoping that would be the case. But if you look at Summer, that is just not the case. If you didn't spark Horus on 3%, if you didn't spark Horus on 6% on release, they were not available again on 6%. So compared to Summer, this banner has nothing different. It's just that formal is a new banner, so we were expecting it to work like old Valentine, or some people at least were expecting it to work like old Valentines or things like that. These are not new formal characters coming out tonight. Like, if we're gonna get mad about things, at least be mad for the correct reasons, not because you of just clearly incorrect stuff. Does this mean Legend Gala will be on the 25th? No. At least I don't think so. Like that, so the reason Jam Man is saying 25th is because on this image, it says 25. They're here from 22 to 24, which is weird, right? That is weird. But Legend should happen on the last day of the month. The timing is off. Like, don't get me wrong, that timing is weird. The banner ends, so you guess 6 day. Yeah, we don't know, and nobody answering knows. But to be fair, this is just saying like this banner is here from 22 to 24, and then they probably do like a 6-day rotation thing in the middle. And that 6-day rotation probably, yeah, no, okay, I think we figured it out. It's very likely a 6-day rotation element banner, and those will have scam. There would be an element scam for that. So there'll be like a water scam with Ilsa, there'll be a earth scam with Frau, and like there'll be a fire one and blah blah blah. You get the idea, right? So that's probably what's happening. So this formal 3% banner where these two are sparkable on 3% is here till the 24th, and then you will have a 6-day elemental rotating banner, and then it will be formal banner on June 30th. That's what happened last year. Yeah, there we go. So. New formals for premium gala, yeah. So yeah, you can try bank your luck on one of the scams, I guess, as well, if you're okay with that. Assuming that happens. What was in formals rerun spot last year was holiday read up instead. Gotcha, yeah. And just because this conversation is happening at the moment, I must reiterate that 99.999999999% of people should not be considering to pull on 3%. 3% banners, not good. Don't do it. If you happen to save your CAG tickets until now, then spend those. Spend those when the banner comes out, but that's about it. Gramblue basically doesn't announce banners ahead of time. Even when we do get some teasers because of IRL events of characters, we don't know what banner they're on either. Usually. I think Ellie banner is where I should spark, assuming it happens. She's sparkable, I don't win scams. You're not going to wait till Legend in that case. Watch them take her off Sparkable. I doubt it. There's a scam after formal gala as well. Yeah. You wish you saved your CAG tickets? Yeah. I mean, we now know. We now know. I would personally just wait until the very last banner they're available on in Sierra. Yeah. It sucks either way. Yeah, like, to be honest, we're just assuming that they won't be sparkable on Lakefest. We actually don't know. But them being sparkable on Lakefest, right, it feels like... You remember when Halloween Vasaraga and Zeta were sparkable on 3% and then they put them on 6% and so many people were mad? Do you guys remember that? Like, that's what basically this would be. Like, people would spark this assuming they're not on leg, and then they introduce leg and they're there, and the people are what the fuck? The difference between 30 pull, discount, and having a spark. Even with this banner, I'd still say CAG tickets are more useful on 6% than hitting nothing on 3. they're free pulls. I would personally take a chance on seasonals, is what I would say. Wait, so CAG pulls will be available. If you have CAG pulls right now, as in like the free 30, and you didn't spend them previously, then yeah, they will be available for the banner that comes out later today. I guess we know for next year, yeah. This is the first year. This is the first rerun of a formal banner ever, so. Anyway, peeps, if they drop another core weapon of formal, make sure you get all the copies. Welcome to the I Got Fucked by Cygames' inconsistent banner schedules. It's not, though. People just be fucking saying shit, I don't get it. It's not. It's the first time this has happened, so it's not inconsistent. We just had no precedent. And even then, you could argue there was precedence because this is when Holiday was reran last year. Cygames going Hoyo route, never rolling again. There's literally nothing unprecedented about this. We always get old seasonals added on 3% before new ones in the same season. I don't want to actually you in this situation, but I think Valentine's doesn't work that way, right? Wonder why they haven't killed it off. I mean, they might. I personally do think it's a matter of time. I feel like that started happening once there's too many releases. Can you guys TLDR? Old Valentines were added on the 9th on 3% this year. Oh, okay. So they have been changing things up, yeah. Changes if you need 3 of their weapon. Do not speak that evil into existence. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. There's been an expensive couple months of Granblue though. It's a good piece from PGI, yeah. Do you want a question? Because I can't really confidently answer if and when character for a formal, considering it's kind of super limited, a particularly good unit releases that's not my usual element. Is it advisable to still pull or skip? Entirely up to you. There's no correct answer there. It's going to come down to how much you care about maintaining other elements versus making sure you keep your own updated. I suppose you're right about that. You apologize for the stupid question. No, don't say that. You like rolling for characters I like? Yep. Best way to play the game, honestly. How much meat am I farming and am I beating all of that later? Freezing. I don't know. I might hit 50k and then just start spending from there. DY always beats all of his meat. Uh-huh. Does anyone keep Guild War Cutoff's history? Yes, I'm pretty sure. I do not remember where it's kept though. Probably Neo, right? I want Basara. Oh, there we go. Cajun's got it. My original plan was 7.5 and then fulfill 15k. I can't read this graph. Why does Sariel have a katana? Are we trying to draw logic to Grand Blue weapons again? Chat, you guys know that doesn't end well. Which one of Silver's gun is an axe? The light one. The light silver gun, quote unquote, is an axe. Why does Naru not have a katana? Great question. Rainbow Naru soon TM. Why does Shalem have an axe? Does it wake you up inside? Give me light formal UECs. It's been far too long since we've had any UECs content, I must say. Isn't she in Grand Blue Verse? Baby player here. How long should I keep farming this event? Baby player here, rank 83. I don't think you need to do that much in this event if you're completely brand new to it, because you'll sort of need more developed grids to hit the harder stages. If you're baby player, you probably can't kill NM95 consistently. And I would argue that this is probably one of the best things. So in some case where you are able to kill this very consistently and relatively quickly, then I would farm this. But if that's not the case, I would go do Sierra's Academy, basically. I'd spend my 150 moons on a Sierra ticket if formal UECs did release though. Formal 6 better be dashing gentlemen. You think it's a Cyrus? Cyrus is good means I can skip for now. She better have the hat. Do you have formal predictions? Yes, I already have formal predictions. Let me see. Yeah, here. Formal predictions. They have been up for a while. But no more. No more. It's too close to the banner. You predicted Lancelot. What a surprise. Who did I predict? You predicted Osiris. Whoa, it's huge. um Interesting. Ra should be a summer character so she can spin inner tubes on her arm and go guru guru. Formal bridesmaid Ra. So the banner later is just a rerun, means no new unit? Yeah, no new units later. I hope WO drops before Nihui 6 man. Formal Osiris will save Zosimos. What do you mean save? How goes Guild War farming? Pretty well. Pretty well. And we'll save it, make it the best illustrious in existence. Okay, what does it need to do that, Munching, though? It needs 20 crests every turn. Right. So I can spam S1. What if it took 1 second per crest? So for 20 crests every turn, it took 1 second for each of those crests. There was an animation. No, the real best weapon would delete Guild War from the game. No, it wouldn't. I like Guild War. That'll be the worst weapon ever. I know Rage. Belial is the worst raid in the game. What makes you say that? But Guild War's the time where you and your homies can beat meat. It's gotta stay, says Confection. I didn't say anything. I'm about to expose you on stream. Glop is for the people. Yeah, Glop is a global emote and I never enabled it. Why you all gloping? They could remove the permanent Ellie shields and nobody would really complain. You're done farming meat. Shiny Espeon is almost a Glop variant. Do I see your vision? No. Glorp sounds super zoomer. I found Farhad much slower than Belial and Bums. Hype sleep. Fox says good night, light. Good night indeed. I like Lebelia's design, however his personality makes me want to stay around 30 kilometers away from him. He's a nice guy. Missing out on peak. Any major goals? Not really. I just want to farm a good chunk of Celestials. If we got formal Frau existed, yeah. Chat, does anyone remember how many Revenant weapons you need transcending Eternals? You're at 4th and 6th, so have you already done level 100? I've not yet for either. Okay, so you need 4 to recruit. Then you need 40 to uncap to 5-star. And then from there, you need another 40 for 120. And I think that's it. But then again, you also need more if you haven't 5-starred everybody. Because for stage 4, you need to 5-star everybody. Oh, there is more for Radiance. You're right. I did forget. There is more for Radiance too. $16 for Radiance. Gonna take a few Guild Wars then. Yeah, it'll take a while. Celestials require some too, but yes, that. You get these cool certificates. Yeah, Guild War gives you certificates now in the chest of good fortune, so that's a couple weapons there. Do you need Transcendence 130? You need Transcendence. For Transcendence level 140, you must have all 10 Eternals at 5-star. In order to begin transcending an Eternal to stage 4, the following conditions must be met. All Eternals must be all Eternals must be 5-star. No, stage 5. No, that's not a thing. Am I just tired? Don't worry, you'll feel better after having some Sour Patch Kits. It'll wake you up. More sugar. Where's mine? Give me some. I'll fax it to you, chat. Don't worry, you'll all get some. My fax number's that. I'll send it to you right now. Which color should I have, chat? There's lemon, raspberry, blackcurrant, orange, and lime. Lemon, blackcurrant. Can I have strawberry? There's no strawberry. There's only raspberry. Is that okay? Can I have a glorp? There are some green lime ones. Does that count as glorp? How many Sour Patch Kids are too many at one time, chat? Five. I've had 3 so far, so I can have 2 more then. You said at a time. Oh, sorry. I mean in like one sitting. It says on the packaging, 1 serving is 8. It says. You chuck a small handful. I only ever have 1 at a time. I never eat like two different Sour Patch Kids. Tim Tams would hit so good right now. Nah. Tim Tams after having lollies, not good. Now's not the time for Tim Tams. Having what? Chat, they're called lollies. I don't know what to say. You guys are about as juvenile as like we call the thing that rubs up pencil rubbers. We call the thing you wear on your feet, which you wear to the beach, thongs. Like, I don't know what to say. That's just what we call them here in Australia. I had the stream muted and I knew what this was about. I knew about things already. Then why is lollies a surprise? Bunch of weebs here. What does that stand for? What do you mean, what does it stand for? It doesn't stand for anything, it's a word. You dumbasses ever heard of a lollipop? That's like asking what a pencil stands for, yeah. I'm pretty sure those ones are spelled lolly. So lolly, as in like candy, is spelled L-O-L-L-Y, yes. Which is different from the spelling as lollipop, but I'm pretty sure they would have the same root. Like, it would surprise me if those two words didn't come from like the same place. Hey, you know what the Brits call them? Sweets. That normal thing to say. We also say sweets too. But no, lolly is a very normal term. This is like another word that's been bastardized, like the word goon. That's another one. Because in Australia, that's just the boxed wine. I can't stop thinking about Canine Fortis. I want Basara. You'll have a chance very soon. Goons to me are Dragoons in StarCraft 1. I always thought the Dragoons in StarCraft 1 looked so much like spiders to me. Like the way they moved and stuff. It wasn't really until StarCraft 2 where I like actually understood what they were meant to be. Isn't StarCraft a Korean thing? StarCraft... Look, I haven't kept up with StarCraft, but historically StarCraft is a very Korean esport, yeah. Is the StarCraft scene still alive, chat? I actually don't even know. They were meant to be what? Well, no. What I'm saying is I thought they were like legit just mechanical spiders, but I didn't realize they were like a mech that was piloted by a Protoss person. Brood War's still alive in Korea, okay. Barco tweeting this reminded me of the incoming Bleach collab. Hunter x Hunter, the dates. August 15th, August 7th. What does this say? WTF, why does StarCraft look like this? Are you looking at StarCraft 1 or 2? They're just old games, to be fair. Like, they're very old games. We announced that a collab will be suspended. Oh, no, okay, yeah. Artosis and stuff are still playing ladder, I see. Yeah, StarCraft 1 is just an old game. I think they're making some StarCraft spin-off game though, right, chat? Like Ghost or something? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's like some other thing. You knew a guy in high school that was really into StarCraft 2. Good game. Oh, Ghost is cancelled. It's not happening. Or why am I not fucking surprised? I always did like StarCraft lore, by the way. Just like I liked Warcraft lore. It's unfortunate that they're both handled by Blizzard. You didn't play RTS, but I loved watching. Yes, me too. Right. I mean, I played a bit, but I was never very good, but I liked watching a lot. Watching was like, I think like pretty much fighting games are the best video game to watch, even without knowing anything, as a spectator sport or spectator game or whatever you want to call it. And after that, I would say like the top down sort of like view angles, whether that's like Dota, League, or StarCraft, are like also fun to watch even if you don't really understand what's going on to a lesser degree. Can't wait for the Avatar one. When's that? How soon is that? July 22nd, a month. Okay. The blue guys, no, the last Airbender. When is Ramiel? When's Ramiel, chat? Did looking at Cyrene remind you of Ramiel? 3.1. Okay, and when is that? No, I was looking at her big boobs on my timeline. About 1.5 months from now. Is Ramiel the ZZZ character? Yes. Ramiel or Remiel, they refer to the same character, but yeah. Pretty much. I know, but Omikin doesn't care about my bride keeper situation, so I don't care about her knowing this. I hope ZZZ stops giving their characters leather shorts. I hope they will stop releasing fire stunners. Game is 3, 4. If we ever get an electric attacker again, I'm gonna scream. We have like 5. They need to put Gilbert in HSR, so I have shit to do. So there is a League of Legends character, and I want to see if you can tell the difference between them and Ramiel. Okay. Sure. If painting does happen tonight, ping me. I'm gonna lay down for a bit. Okay, okay. Oh my goodness, says Icy. It's the same picture. You don't see a difference. The same picture. And chat doesn't see a difference. One is wearing red, you idiots. How many pulls do you have for Ramiel Omikin? You have to pull her for me as well, because I'm not gonna reinstall ZZZ. Or update it, rather. I have no idea. I try not to think about it. I've been away for 24 hours. Did this turn into furry porn distribution channel yet? No. It is not. Also, that never happened. Do I log into Shadowverse just to get free packs, chat? Yes. New player here. What am I seeing? We are farming Extreme Plus, which drops bait chunks, otherwise known as meat. And the meat is host materials needed later on in the event. So currently we're just farming this. One of those is not true. Oh. Can I be done with prelims? I've shipped to sand. Let's go, says why try. What you got? Contingency contract. I don't know what I'm looking at, other than the fact that I know this is Enfield, but congratulations. Here it is. Here what is? Honkai Nexus Anim. Wait, is this the Pokemon game? Wait, where's my audio?
With the championship qualifiers right around the corner, the renovations around Ia are in full swing.
Can they stop naming things Honkai? But Cajun, how will they get all the Honkai people to play the game if it's not called Honkai? Think. What do you mean? You gotta think.
I barely recognize my own neighborhood.
Wow! Look at Yuko's giant money tree!
Isn't this TFT? I think it was TFT gameplay, yeah, from memory.
Alright, let's show 'em!
Is that Kiara, chat?
This is Nexus Battle!
No, that's a furry. Oh. Oh, Kiana. Sorry, what's the Honkai third impact girl called? I thought it was Kiara.
And I shall answer with power.
Wait a
to
second.
match you.
Wait a second. That's the wrong game, buddy. He's gonna say, is that Blade now? Okay, hold up. I didn't realize this was just a straight up crossover game. I thought, you know, they were XPs or whatever they're called. So these are all just straight up crossover characters in that case. Wait, gameplay. There was no gameplay here, chat. Evolution test gameplay 16 minutes ago. Here we go. There's another one. WTF is an XP. An XP is a character that basically it's like a cameo character if you want to look at it that way, but not necessarily just a cameo. So it's like across all the Honkai games, there are different Raidens that all look slightly different from each other, but they're all like sort of based off the same character design. Hoyo copy paste, yeah. It's Hoyo copy paste. There's like Yae is another one who's across multiple different games. Cyrene, another one. Yeah, it's a multiverse alt. So yeah, they're basically copy pasted into a different universe with the same core character design. Yeah, it's a Honkai speak for alt, exactly. It's a film roll camel. What's the point of the before and after? I think they're saying like improvements from the previous beta, which isn't very clear unless you played the previous beta, but you know. So where's the game? You're getting there, I think. I mean, this is gameplay, to be fair, right now. Now, here's the auto battler part. Are they all just evolutions? Do you gacha for Pokemon? I have no idea how it works. I have no clue. Blade? Wait a second, that was his alt from Honkai. I think the gacha was the characters. Okay, and then the... Wait, so the gacha is like the cards then? Like you pull Blade and then you get to use Blade in battle? Probably. Characters like just alts, you can't actually place them. So like the little Pokemon ones, that's something you collect. In like you farm in the game. The Pokemon farming is like artifacts. Did you make that up or is that like confirmed? I mean, I would not be surprised, but... You made that up. Oh, okay. They just make it cross-game data. You have to whale in the actual games to use it in this one. Why do that when they can make you whale in both games? Silly Cajun. You're not thinking far ahead enough. That would be cheaper, exactly. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but then you'd be stuck playing 3 of the same game. You're hungry, Fox? Me too. Actually, no, I'm not hungry. I don't know why I said that. You got a HSP? Oh, very nice. Just agreeing with anything chat says. If I was agreeing with anything chat said, then I wouldn't call you an idiot for saying that. So mean. Whoa, too far. Chill tag, by the way. Yeah, it's chill. I swear. I swear, I swear. D1 killed my GBF account and then held it for ransom. It's not true. Do I stone Fairy Princess for this PBHL affair? No. When are you playing Mecha Chameleon? I was planning on playing it during some finals rounds. I think it'd be fun. I was also thinking about checking maybe the Pokemon fan game, which wasn't something I'd learnt about until today, but I'm slightly interested. The only thing about that game though that I'm worried about is I don't think I'll be able to play Hunter effectively, because I feel like on Hunter you're first person, right? And you have to move the camera around a lot because you have to look for people. So like if I play Hunter, it's only going to be like once every hour at most or something. So yeah, I can't play Hunter too much. Are you playing Dead by Daylight? No. We can make sure you are never Hunter. No, I think I just can't be Hunter too often, is what I'm trying to say. Pokemon fan game Infinite Fusion. What was it called again, chat? I forgot again. Nova? Is that it? It is Nova, yeah. Bad game, time to report to Nintendo. Hey, I didn't make the game. Don't report me. Dum, ba, ba, da, bum, ba. It's Inazuma again. I like this track, but we heard it earlier. Let's go listen to a different playlist. Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-da-dum. Alien Dance. This NM90 entry sucks. I know it's the same, but still, this one does feel really slow. Like, I will agree with you. This one, this deer, they do feel very slow. He's just standing there. People are starting to grind. We're slowly falling down. No, because it's not Father's Day here. When is Father's Day, Australia? Father's Day is the first Sunday of September. Is that correct? Yeah, September. I always get debated because, like, you'll go on social media or like Reddit or whatever, and it'll be like, Happy Father's Day. And it's like, fuck, did I forget Father's Day? And it's like, no, I didn't. Dun, 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 ba, da, dun, dun, dun. Da, da, da. No, I'm standing up. I think Cajun is doing this one. 90 health both sides, Kaguya. Shaturo one tap. What on earth is this? JP is using the grid maker. Cajun, I must say, you have to fix the grid maker because I see a very critical bug with it. And I've been seeing it for the last couple days. When I select romp and put it in, it's only 3 weapon skills here. Where's my 4th weapon skill? I knew he was about to say some bullshit. The video game has it, therefore you can do it too. We have the technology. This guy isn't a true Gridmaker fan. He didn't read the full update tweet. Me read? Me Gongaga? Did you just cast a spell? Breadstick doesn't know me Gongaga? Do I have to show... We have to show me Gongaga?
At least someone's keeping up.
Well, I'm a country boy too.
From where?
Nibelheim. How about you?
Me? Gungaga. Hey, what's so funny about that? You know Gungaga?
No, but it's such a backwater name.
Ditto Nibelheim.
Like you've been there.
I haven't. But there's a reactor there, right?
Me Gongaga.
Nibelheim. How about you?
Me? Gungaga. Me? Gungaga.
Me? Gungaga.
Me? Gungaga.
Me Gongaga. What's the law? Is it just a word? Gongaga is just the name of the town that Zach is from. He's from Gongaga, yeah. Me Gongaga. Help, I'm suffering from a disease called slacking. Only farmed 3k meat? You gotta hoard on the side or something. This track was peak for the 4 months straight I did nothing at night. How do I eat and do Guild War at the same time? You open a Horde battle, you click attack, click semi-auto, and then you eat. It's my NM90 Horde. Do you think the guy who bought Mercy to use it as Greed Glory is mad? No, I don't think so, honestly. I don't think so. I hope they got their second Skies. Bum, 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 bum. Please don't call me a blasphemer for making this SR. Oh, how's the Persona Gacha doing? It's dead. Do not put Raven Touched into Corrupted Helm. It does not work PSA. Yes. I am aware of that one. Oh, did you do it? That's unfortunate. Since Annie collab is with Hatsune Miku. Okay, why are people mad about that? They want Persona character for the Annie. Oh, it's only Miku for the Annie? Alright, that is a little weird. Yeah, for your anniversary, not doing something for your own game as well. Like, if it was like a collab plus that, sure. But if it's just that, then yeah. It had a very bad launch for EN. Yeah, I heard about that. Global launch also coincided with Uma. That is, yeah, unfortunate. And he's like the one-time collab is not received well. remember talking about GBF Annie when Cygames went full HoloLive, had to backpedal after. Wasn't that Fez? And they didn't really have to backpedal anything. Wait, what did they backpedal? I don't remember that at all. I mean, they never did it again, if that's what you mean by backpedaling. It was announced as a surprise, so people who didn't like VTubers were like, hey, I didn't buy tickets for a VTuber event. And people who liked VTubers were like, hey, I would have got tickets if I knew VTubers were there. So basically both sides were unhappy on social media, which is probably the vocal minority, to be completely frank. But yeah. I was not playing during that time. I see. But yeah, no, there was no backpedaling. I don't even know what you could backpedal. Music widget disappeared. Must be bugged. I thought my 7k meat was supposed to be enough. Don't worry, YouTube chatter. Mr. Streamer is not normal. You're fine. Hey, are you allowed to say that about me? What's that mean? I don't know. YouTube Shorts. This guy's getting me fucking muted on YouTube again. I don't even know what that is. I'm not watching. You've been playing through Kanto 8. You're hearing things. Pikmin SFX. What are you guys talking about? You need to finish Pikmin 1. Gobble hasn't started, but you already hate it. Gobble is very much an event you play as much or as little as you want. So if you don't like the event, then I would suggest not playing it that much. The fabled Kingdom Hearts chat. It is. Why does my EX Plus team change every time I do Horde? They aren't even on the same sack. Someone made the RF work. Explode Raven Flock update. New setup. New tech. New discoveries.
And I do some upgrades. I have some new tech, and also I learn some new discovery as I use the skill more and more. I learn a little bit more about it and find a way to utilize it better. So this video will cover all of that. And on the
Interesting. Explode Raven Flock. I'm guessing. So you can do this on Lich, right? You would be able to do this on Lich on cursed targets, I think. Can they bring Yoko Shimomura back for Mario and Luigi 7? Who what now?
the showcase, as you can see, the build right now feels very good for clearing. The explode is just feels really nice. It makes the clearing really smooth even on the Iridiums. We do occasionally use the
I feel like this block needs to be like a lot bigger.
target. So as you can see on the screen, you can see the
It is cool though. I figured out what they're replacing Zodiac release with, a new Zodiac set, but they are only available during the year, so you get one every 12-year period.
ramp suddenly happens, and it's not just because the
There's no way. No, I know the composer. I was saying the Mario Luigi 7 thing.
widow stack, stacking up, but it's because I'm keep putting down the Mad Flight, and the more Mad Flight you put down, the more damage you're going to do. And this basically make the minion cooldown recovery rate become a very important stat. So with the Archon up, I basically can almost spam the Mad Flight as long as I have the Raven, and as long as you hit the target, you usually always have your Raven back. And stacking the Mad Flight like this surprisingly give us a really good single target DPS. With one caveat, of course, because of the mechanic of the skills, if the enemy move around, then your Mad Flight basically do no damage.
Interesting. Path of Exile is addicting. I like PoE a lot. I like it a lot. It is Lich. So yeah, they're probably cursing. would be my guess. Flushed it for Guild War. A Vector to the Heavens is one of your favorites. Da-da-da-dum, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. You need to finish your integrate playthrough. You have months, don't worry. Don't forget Relink DLC. Relink DLC so soon. I'm excited for Relink DLC. Stop eating chocolate. I just moved the bag and it wasn't the chocolate bag. The chocolate bag, Tim Tams don't sound like this. This is a Sour Patch Kids bag. Firstly, I can't believe you stopped sanding to just type this in chat. Mikin was just waiting for the sound, or Mikin like had it pre-typed and ready to go. And pyramid complete. Pyro flip. Is PoE 2 no longer a one button game? It is like, it depends what build you play, but some builds are one button, some builds are more buttons. Depends. That's a -2. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom, boom. Destruction damage was a mistake. You don't get to run Kaguya, chat. It's balanced. That single Kaguya? No, it's Orologia. Yeah, you don't get to run Kaguya. It's not that good. Isn't this faster than your Magna? Absolutely not. How poor do you think I am, Munching? Games needs to give everyone a free Hrisvelga. The discount's so high, it's basically free. Games needs to stop hosting Guild War during the week. The event is a week long, so how do you not host it during the week if the event is a week long? I just asked them to extend the sale duration, yeah. I feel like they should. If shit-ass Classic Draw 3 is a year, why isn't this? It's because Classic Draw 3 sucks? Yeah. Pretty much. Mr. Streamer, I was told that I shouldn't use my ticket on Erish or Hrisvelga. Why can't I use them for this guild war? It's entirely up to you what you get them on, Bendy. Tetoris. How come Hrisvelga isn't a good deal? Yeah. You see, Munching, you need this cool character called Formal Ilsa. You need characters for the other two, though. Open Spotify. Millie, Children of the City. Sure, I'll add it. Almost two available. I think they should get removed from Sierra. This captain guy. Is anyone excited for Formal Ra? Formal Ra? Not me. I don't want wind or water on Formal. Formal Bridesmaid Ra. Wide chat. Formal Wind Paler and Samara just for you, Mr. Streamer. You guys are so thoughtful. New Mega Banner, every Ellie gets a unit with a meta weapon attached. June Wedding Bonanza sale. The idea of formal Ra is funny. Because she's anything but formal as a character. Scanture for illustrious weapons. Did you have random Tuturu sound bit open while you play PoE? Tuturu is my notification sounds for PoE trading. So like when an item goes on the market that I want, then Tuturu is the sound it makes. Are you playing PoE right now? No. What is Pikmin for? What Pikmin? Did you know she says 6-7 in that song? Didn't we hear this already? I think it's because we added it to the queue because someone asked for it, right? I'll skip it. Like it was already in the playlist and then we added it to the queue. Maya's in the final, not on Spotify. Hmm. Or is it Giga Whale? Hello, co-op. $80 USD for US Steam players. Gentle Madman. Alright, you guys can't get mad if this plays again later. You are literally adding Persona songs to the already Persona-filled soundtrack playlist. Can we skip Rivers in the Desert when it comes up? Might be better than the 2 final boss themes. Who died in 14? Are you rating at the moment? You have a mod that plays the Taco Bell gong when you die. You're starting to get tired. We're like 19.5 hours deep. Hang in there. Top 2k though, you should be fine, right? Help my... Oh, Whelp. My NM90 is only one-sided cargo. It has 2-ish buttons, but it works, I see. Can you lower the buttons without cargo? I would consider that, to be honest. Dun, dun, dun. You gotta get your dopuses to Transcendence 2 at least. Da, da, da. For what? Asks Omikin. I think I was on for about 17 hours. My evokers are stuck in level 80 jail. You think he'll start doing 90s at 60k? You think it might be enough for you to OTK? Depends on how close you are, I suppose, but... Overall good goals to have anyways. Dun, 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 dun. We play the song again. Half the song was blocked by Edge. I'm sure it'll be in the playlist somewhere. Open YouTube. Me?
Ray!
Do I look like I'm talking to you? Oh. Kimi no Kyoku makes me sad because it's a series of insane demands on the singer's voice and she can't do it outside of the studio. These days the crowd does it, yeah. Can we have this? Sure. You have a full spark as of a few hours ago. Congratulations. Maybe you'll have 100 draws when guilds are over. It's probably been since a year since I had a full spark's worth of pulls because my dumbass was really insistent on wasting them. Is Bleach before or after summer? Neither, it's during. Yeah, it's during. I'm fine with it being water if they stop making collab water stuff good. How do we get Whammy to 60k and Magna consistently? I have a slot in M3 color sword on top of a Shiva Cane to get her to 60k. Yeah, there might be a couple different things here. Defense Awakening, Devil Summon, you know, things like that can help. Soul Invoker if you have that over Belial. ODSS HP, yeah. You don't have Draconic. Bum 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 bottom. You notice Eller's boost to spear and axe stats with Whamdus makes the HP threshold a lot easier. Oh, I thought this was only for MC. Oh, it is only for MC. I was gonna say.
Omatsuri Mambo!
I heard a bit of the new Heartbeat Heartbreak. It's not bad. Well, no, they mentioned Elo, so they don't mean that. I think they mistakenly just thought that that applied to the team. Yeah, what Cajun said. So, like, base attack and HP from weapons that match your character's proficiencies always have a bonus to that, right? If they match, but Elo doesn't boost that bonus at all. It's only for the team, that is. It boosts it for itself. Are you sure? Which bit? The HP thing? Or like Elo boosting it for the team? Well, I wasn't sure. I just thought it was MC. I'm trusting Cajun here. Throwing Cajun under the bus. The grid stuff. MC getting more bonus, or like Axe providing more bonus to Wamdas. I thought this was just known knowledge. No? Hold up. Isn't this like super easy to test too? Is isotome? What are we talking about specifically? Before I start testing, what are we talking about? The boost to attack and HP of equipped weapons affecting everybody from the passive. Also, Elo does affect everybody, is what you're saying. So we have an axe in our grid. We are on Elo. If we go into a dummy, I don't think we even need to go into a dummy, but I will just in case. Just click the boost. I'm going to do this just to be 100% sure. All right. So 7474, easy number to remember. And then we're just going to switch Elo to any other class, Viking. $7209 seems to work.
Mambo.
There's some weird thing going on. Because like, how hit 7210? But then, oh no, it's because everybody becomes half. No, but Mariachi doesn't do that unless you equip it. But either way, 7210, 11303. 7220, 11313. So there is some nonsense going on. Can you make sure your EMPs are the same? Oh, my total party is? Sure. How many total parties are there? 3? 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, no. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So Mariachi has all 3. And then when I go to Sumo, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the same. So that like there is some fuckery going on somewhere, but Elo definitely gets a lot more. So 7220 11313 747. So it is full party. Yeah, I never realized that was for the team. Wish the game told you. Doesn't explicitly say, but it also doesn't explicitly say MC only. No, not necessarily. Like this effect doesn't fall into something that would be described that way. Yeah, it's not boosting allies exactly. And it says that pretty clearly. So yeah, whoever mentioned Elo for WAM this earlier, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. A skill raises the base stats of the weapon. It'd be nice if it applied on your grid screen, doesn't it? $4935. Yeah, it doesn't. So this one doesn't change. Only this number would change here, I guess. So 17193. But yeah, that number sort of changes with every class, so doesn't really help. Ah, we lost HP. Does Elo need to be maxed to be used in Guild War builds? I have no idea what you're trying to do, so it's impossible to answer. Also, I have no idea, also, because I've never used Elo at not max level as well. My best advice here is to just give it a try, see how it goes. Good night, Equinox. You've been easily one turning 95 with that low 20. I farmed way more than I needed to. Good night. This track is good. You'll stick to Mana Dive or Neko comps when they come out. I want to try the Vesusia Romp, not Romp, Mercy. But it's guild warring time. Following Guild Ball guide from Cygames, and it's got no OTK capabilities. Please help me. How can I help? OTK requires you to maximize that yourself. The Cygames guide is made more for clearing it, not one-shotting it, if I'm understanding. Yeah. I farmed Cane for nothing. SMH. The Canes are useful. I want an OTK EX plus. Check out the examples on the wiki and then see if you can get some inspiration from some of those. You probably won't be able to copy anything one-to-one, but it will give you some ideas on what to try. Yeah, Canes are very good. So it's unlikely that the Canes are the issue, honestly. So what are the issues? I can't read your mind and I can't see what your grid is, nor your team, so that's impossible for me to answer. I think the difference you were getting was the invisible main weapon. How does that work, Esther? There's an invisible main weapon. MC is required to have a main hand. That's why your MC changes. Oh, okay. I see. Why was there not much difference between the other ones? Like between Paladin and blah blah blah. Or maybe there was, it's just the HP. Like Paladin has innate HP, so it's just harder to tell. But I guess that invisible normal weapon doesn't give its stats to the team then? Or just the harp is lower than whatever else there is? Well, I'm thinking about the other characters now. MC is always going to be different. That's so crazy, I had to go check. Paladin and Viking are both sword. And the mariachi would have harp. There's a Salmon Run Showdown event. Splatoon 3. July 4th. Bad timing. That's Rhythm Heaven time. I'm watching a ZZZ video at the moment. I was wondering why there's an overlapping BGM. This track's very chill. Remiel and secret entrance animations. this outfit so much better. Is 4-star Dark Opus a good weapon or a bad one? I don't have the mats to 5-star. Dark Opus weapon is the one of, if not the best weapon in your grid for each element. You should be trying to get a renunciation copy for all your elements. I forgot to mention with lower level LO, while level 40 ignores the requirements and gives you both bonuses, mythical arms will provide that same thing as long as you have 5 spears and axes. Mm-hmm. Am I doing okay? I am. I'm doing okay. Need to get some water in a second. In fact, let's do that now. Let me get some water, chat. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Welcome back, thank you. Okay, I can see why I can't OTK now. I'm free to play. Preacher, thank you for the 22 months.
Soul_Preacher just subscribed for 22 months. Sub was refreshed yesterday, but I was playing stuff and forgot. GL on GW, Mr. Streamer.
Good luck on Guild War, Mr. Streamer, you too. Thank you for the sub, the 22 months. I'm free to play, I can OTK. Yeah. I don't know. I think Top View is just a very misinformed new player, or someone who just regularly tries to rage bait or something. I don't know. Top View, I'll give you the courtesy right now of giving you a final warning here. But pretty much everything every piece of advice I try to give you or anything is always, your retort is always, oh, I'm free to play, so I guess it doesn't work. So it's getting a little old. Final warning. I will ban you if you do it again, because I just don't want to deal with it. Hopefully you understand my position. I'm more than happy to help you, but whenever I try to help and I ask for details, I get 0 details from you, so it's impossible for me to actually help. I give you resources to maybe help for yourself, and then the only response I get back is that I'm not free to play, so I can't do it, which is just clearly false, so I don't know what else I can do. So yeah, if this is an elaborate bit, I'm letting you know that I don't really find it amusing. Because at the end of the day, all this does is waste both of our times. And I have better things to do. I'm sorry. I don't see what the point of me trying to help you is if you refuse to accept that help. So yeah. Mr. Streamer, can you pray that one day we get this collab in Trickle? Karu? That would be cute. That would be very cute. First anniversary is soon. It's already been a year, huh? It feels old. I'm waiting for the Limbus Trickle collab. Raid 100 is in 4 hours? No, that's incorrect. Very incorrect, actually. NM100 doesn't come out until day 1 of finals. Prelims ends in 8 hours and 50 minutes, I believe. And then there is the next day, which is interlude, and then the following day is day 1 when day 1 NM100 is available. So NM100 isn't for a while, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Hello streamer, I'm new to this game. I've been playing since Steam. I'm progressing towards Lucy Zero. You're farming Hexa for your Draconic. My team for Lucy Zero is Yamato, Percy, Yulfrau. Can I use Higurashi for my Yamato team without Sanshira and Atum? Can I use Higurashi for my Yamato without Sanshira and Atum? Isn't Lucy Zero sort of at the point where you can do a lot of things and it sort of works? You need a way to, at minimum, you need a way to triple attack at 95%. You need a way to get through 60% labors, and then you need a way to do 20% labors. So I don't know if Yamato is the best option. Do you need Higurashi for this? I fully doubt it because I know you don't need it. Would you need to change your team? Possibly, but I'm not familiar enough with that, with fire to say here. But can you use Higurashi? I'm sure you could, but I would, like, if I wouldn't buy. Let me rephrase this. If you're only going to buy Higurashi for this, I would probably try without first, right? To see if you even need it, is what I'm trying to say. Higurashi is an absolute luxury, yeah. What even was that one? What even was what? So much meat. We do have a lot. We're gonna start spending. Is this much meat necessary? I got like 5k and I just started hitting 95. Yeah, it depends on what your goal is exactly. Guild Ball is pretty much an event that you You set your own goal, and it's however much you need to hit to reach that goal. Question of the day, because I haven't done one in a hot minute. Do you all have a specific sleep routine you need to be able to do to sleep? You guys are gonna hate my answer, so I will refrain from answering here. Wait, but now I'm curious. Well, okay, chat. This is like pure, like, just ignorance, okay? But like, until I started streaming or like this sort of thing, I didn't realize so many people had trouble sleeping. Like, I remember the first time when like Igus came to the stream and Igus was like, hey, I got melatonin to help me sleep. I was like, what? I was so confused. In like, I didn't say this, but in my mind, I was really, really fucking confused. Because I was like, what do you mean you need help sleeping? What does that mean? Because for me, chat, I lie in bed, I fall asleep. I can confirm he does. I lie down, I fall asleep. So I now understand that this is a very privileged thing to have. So you're right, I do hate that, yeah. Do you have any weird quirks to help you sleep? I'll let chat answer that one. Watch DYDK PoE stream. Wow. I guess streamer's an outcast here. I sleep in a chair? You sleep in a chair? I have no idea what's going on. DYDK voice, it's perfect. Like, I will be watching something on my phone sometimes, chat, and I will still fall asleep. It doesn't really matter for me. If I'm lying down, it's over. If I'm lying down, it's over. It's a done deal. Bro, that happened every time. Like, I could probably lie down now, chat, and then I would fall asleep. I have a CPAP, so I get in my bed, put on my Vader mask, and then sleep usually follows. You haven't got used to yours. I think I know what these are. Yeah, I've seen these in like not IRL, but like in like movies or something before. Jon Favreau has one for comedy in one of the Spider-Man movies. Oh, maybe that's where I've seen it. Regardless of nap or proper sleep, my to-do list is annoying because even one step missed results in no sleep. So yeah, I've long realized that apparently basically what I have is a superpower, so for the sake of you guys, I don't talk about it often. I get why he can fall asleep. He's got nothing going on up there. All this dude needs to do is turn on Monster Hunter Stories on the Switch and he'll fall asleep. That makes Monster Hunter Stories sound like a bad game, which it might be. I still haven't gotten back to it since when we played, but still. It's funny because it's not even like important things, but it's stuff I'm so used to. What does this mean? Does that mean it's not gonna be on Gala? What this means is like every other season, they're gonna rerun the old formal characters on a 3% banner. The new characters, like always, should be on Gala. You don't even dream, right? No, I dream. What? I dream, but I don't dream often, I would say. I've literally talked to you about my dreams before as well. You said when you still had horses up there. What? You're just making shit up now. What do you mean when I still had horses up there? I've never had horses up there. Why are you guys mumbling? What happened? Horses were mentioned. I see. Fra was heavily used in Last Fire Guild Ball on Nightmares. I believe so, yeah. I think so. I can remember my dreams and can also think actively make decisions while dreaming. Wait a second. That's called like lucid dreaming, no? That's also a superpower, I think. Everyone in squad to one another. Crew's at like 300 plus rank right now. I'm going to be farming Celestials for the whole guild. Like, good luck, guys. I'm rooting for you. Sleep paralysis is also a superpower. Sleep paralysis sounds so scary. It sucks. I had a really weird trigger the other night that caused it. A year 14 song. When will DY play 14? I don't think I'll ever play 14 on stream. I don't think so. I gave 14 a shot a long time ago. You raid way too much in 14. You know what's funny? I know this doesn't prevent it, nor does everyone see something when it happens, but that's the reason I actually started wearing sleep mask, because in my mind I was like, with the sleep mask, if I wake up with a sleep paralysis, I won't see the entity. The entity. I see. To be fair, the start of 14 is really bad in comparison to the rest of the game. Yeah, I was told to get to Heavenswood. I did not get to Heavenswood. I got stuck in Limsa Flaminza and I never found my way out. "14 suffers too much from people being not normal about it and then ruining it for other people what they like so much about it." I can see that for sure, yeah. I can see that. Limsables. Also suffers from X is good when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you it's shit. Yeah, partially. Game is fun, yeah. Like, for example, like, I wasn't told aggressively that, hey, Realm Reborn sucks or anything. It's more that, hey, if you're not having fun, Heavenswood will get better. It's pretty much what I was told, and try to get there. And I was like, okay. Like, it wasn't like, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, just get over here. So, like, yeah. But, like, graphically, gameplay-wise, at the beginning anyways, and then, like, the story didn't grab me either, so, yeah. Been so long since you played an MMO. Do we check out Guild Wars 2 when it 3, sorry, when it releases? I played Guild Wars 2 a little bit back in the day with some friends. I never really got into that game either. That's my summon. It's comp summon. You lost your knife again. Oh no. Find it. Find it. Thanks for the 0 rupees because Guild Wars running. No worries. It will find me. Knife went on an adventure. Can we add this? Sit. No. Dun dun dun. The UI for the game was something you'd see out of one of those DVD movie games. Man, the Persona 345 mix of this track is so good. Dum. Open Spotify. Let's see. Add it to queue. It's scary to think that Omikin's knife is still out there, waiting. It's a horror movie. A knife is farming meat too. How bad is NM93 button with TA RNG? I personally don't like any setup with RNG. Or any manual setup with RNG, sorry. So if you're asking me how bad is it, RNG setup, I would not do it. Are you on extremity at the moment? I think so. No, I'm on honing, I lied. I'm on honing. Bro, oh, you're talking to Fox. My bad, I'm sorry. I ain't talking to you. Honing these nuts. Always thinks we're talking to. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be part of the conversation. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, for me, it's for sure resources like silver shards and the anima just to unlock the classes are also brutal. I think the M3 anima is really tough, right? It's so much quartz as well when you don't have much quartz early on. Spotify. What do we got? Be my blade. Add it to the queue. Fox, I have to ask, why did you uncap your Crimson Scale in Nebula Gauntlet? For more damage. Right? I'm secretly a fire main. I can't wait to have a usable 218 Earth. Hello, Mop. What's with the sound bites? What sound bites?
Don't be キドキドキドキ。
Now carry Faye. Is Corey ranking? Yes, okay. No, Corey is Corellia. Very funny. Very funny. His Glorp ranking. Do you guys know chat? No, Glorp is Glorp. Okay.
おはよう。
Isn't the Phoenix in Maki's AFK screen? How hit? The Phoenix in Maki's AFK screen. No, I mean this one's actually just a fake one. I'm pretty sure. Cheater. Nexus Animaverse. Character list updated. By May. Kiana. Olympia. You have to tell me which ones are new and which ones are from other games. So far, I only recognize Kiana and Blade. Braid Head. Amazing. Oh my god, this is the Bennett of this game. These are Arc Knight's names. Not really, right? Alright, 50k meat. I think it's time to start spending down. So for this, I think do I need to switch actually? MC has 100. Amtus has 100. Percy has 100. You have, okay, I don't think we actually need to switch. Oh. Your thing wasn't on. Your thing is on. Ah. It's been 17 hours. I should reward myself with coffee. Anybody want anything? Grilled cheese. Croissant, scone, grilled cheese. Fox is so generous. I miss Japan. We never had udon, and I don't really like udon, but this still looks really good. Should we farm 90 or 95? You farm 90 for weapons, and you farm 95 for the chest of good fortune. So if you want these, farm 95, and if you want celestial weapons, then farm 90. Maybe you'll like these ones, which are basically noodles anyways. I mean, maybe. It's hard to tell. From that photo, it doesn't look very good. I'm not gonna lie, but... Can we go back? Oh, is there a pop-up thing with gun girls? Tokyo Tower. Miss cheap food. Yeah, food is really cheap there. Honestly. What's this one's name, by the way? Dibs. Dibs this one. Cap's gonna shoot you. I mean, she's clearly the best there. What can I say? My Tololololo. Which one was Tololololo? If I ranked them, it'd be 1, 2. I don't like any of those 3, I'll be honest. The middle one is Tololo. Okay. This one's cuter than this one. I'll go 1, 2, 3, then I don't know about these two. They all kind of stink. Okay, don't know about that one. The names are on the standees. Oh, they do say that. You're right, Lena. Yeah, but so does Denia, but you still like her, so I don't know, says Captain. I like playing Denia, says Omikin. Any Shadowverse players here? Any Shadowverse players here? They mean Scarlet Violet. Finally home managed to farm 5k meat at work. Nice. Okay, I might have to give up that Mammoth is the slowest entry because this one feels really bad, even if it's the same. How much more complex can they make Queen's Blood? I don't think they should make it more complex. Could they not have made it do something more? It just feels so slow. tree is raising its leg. Maya's munching, linking boob mousepads chat. Someone tell me. You would buy it, of course you would. I'm surprised you haven't bought any like Nikkei ones. Is it a good character? Lorelei? But not my GFL character. Who's your GFL character? That image is so funny. I'm gonna assume that's a dev. The Lorelei mousepad is quite impressive. Alright. Alright, Dev. Can you imagine Emily doing this? That's the CEO, I see. Andoris. Oh, I remember this one now, yeah. Yeah, this one. Okay, this is awful quality, but yeah. Oh my god. A Guna game. Speaking of Guna games, do we want to watch Psyche talk about the forbidden Guna gacha game Horizon Walker? That was a rhetorical question when watching this.
You know, gacha games have truly peaked when a game lets you adjust the rack size of a character. From a dedicated massage minigame where you have to buy the massage oil, to the uncensored toggle of the game called the Gentle mode, Horizon Walker is the most ridiculous fan service oriented gacha game I've played. And that's saying something. I was originally going to put this short review in the Dead on Arrival series, as fan service heavy games rarely have much going on for it other than Gunner bait. This one though, after playing it for a bit over a week, actually has a few things going for it that I liked. That's the thing about incredibly niche games that don't get a lot of attention. You never know what you're going to get. So let's see what it's all about. We'll decide once and for all if Horizon Walker is any good, both as gooning bait and as a game overall. The game is developed by a Korean company called Gentle Maniac, but the fandom page for it says Kuro Games for some reason. From what I can see, this is the only game in their lineup, but maybe they made some smaller games in the past that I'm not aware of. Since we're dealing with a smaller budget, the main story won't be voiced, but most of the more relevant content are voiced. The game originally launched a few years prior in Korea, but it's now available globally since August 2025, and it's on Steam. As soon as you boot up the game, you will see that the game already shows you exactly what you're signing up for. A very good first impression, but how good is the story? You play as the human god, who somehow has manifested as an average dude with an incredibly generic face and outfit. Luckily, you can toggle your hairstyle to something more gentlemanly if you prefer to fully immerse yourself as a self-insert. Landing somewhere in a post-apocalyptic Seoul, you ward off a horde of weird-looking demons. Showing off your impressive combat skills, the nearby elite beauty agent realizes that you must be the chosen one that will lead the vanguard of human forces against the demons. Your player name selection mandates you to have a first and last name, which I don't quite understand why, but okay. The game forces a set of gacha pulls, and the next level pits you against a high-ranking demon. At first, since the boss's health is obscured, I thought it was gonna be like a scripted loss and then the protagonist loses his power, so you have to work your way up again. Nah, that just ruins the power fantasy. You bulldoze through the opponent like it's nothing, black out, and when you awake, you're formally invited to lead the force against the demons, where you'll pick from 4 frontline assistants, and you're off to learn about the state of the world and what fighting the demons entails. Whatever, this doesn't matter. You're not playing this for the story. Your eyes probably aren't even focused on the text half the time. Basically everything within the game sets up the premise as the ultimate power fantasy. The music is incredibly generic. The graphics are fine, though it's not top of its class. Looking in the settings menu, there is a gentle mode, in which the description reads, "This is a mode for gentlemen." In case it's not made clear already, turning this on enables the game at its full glory without any kind of censorship. For me though, I'm gonna have to turn it off for this video so I don't have to put mambo on everything.
See.
But if you download the game, the character designs will be more, fierce, let's just say. In terms of gameplay, it plays like a turn-based RPG that's sorta similar to Baldur's Gate 3, but with a lot of complexity stripped down to suit a mobile game format. Even so, despite advertising as a plain and simple Gunner gacha, the gameplay is more nuanced than I thought. So there's a speed stat that determines the turn limit, of course, and when it's a unit's turn, they have an action point bar that's depleted when they move or perform an action. The thing is that some of these actions cost more AP to use, so it naturally means that if you want to use it, you can't travel as far on the battlefield. On the contrary, if you do nothing and just want a unit to go on standby, then that expends the least amount of AP, meaning they're given the maximum travel distance for that turn. There's a way to change the camera to an over-the-shoulder view. I was at first confused why this is even a thing since the camera is too sensitive and the field of view isn't wide enough to improve the angle on the battlefield. But then I understood that the phrase "changing the view" has a second different definition. Placements can come into play, as when enemies are focused on attacking an ally, if you position another unit so that they're behind the enemy, then they do a guaranteed double damage bonus, which is kinda insane. You can also push enemies around to group them up for AoE attacks. The same backstab attacks also apply to you, so you can also orient your units in a certain direction to prevent them from being backstabbed easily. There's also a counter mechanic, where whenever both you or an opponent attacks, the defender will attempt to perform a counterattack, though it's not guaranteed and the attempt could fail. You also have a wide selection of character kits that fit the roles of attackers, healers, or defenders. This is also one of those games where your protagonists must be on the team at all times, but there's different playstyles that you can assign, like if you want them to play tank or support. During the time I played, while the combat itself was kinda interesting, there was something that caught me off guard that I want to take some time explaining. What surprised me is that the game has an evasion mechanic. As in, if you land a dice roll, it's possible you just negate all damage from an enemy attack. This may seem fairly insignificant, but the more I play gacha games, the more I realize just how bold certain game design choices are. This is more of a thing in turn-based games rather than brawlers or real-time strategy. The thing about game mechanics such as evade, invulnerability, turn skipping, instant kills, or percentage-based scaling are quite tricky to balance in a gacha game, and can be prone to game-breaking exploits. The issue about gameplay design in gacha games is that you're sorta restricted on the degree of freedom a character kit can do. Since the majority of the profits come from selling the characters to you, you have to make it in a way that still makes them unique and powerful, but nothing that can break the balance, so that future units can slightly power creep the older units and drive up sales. Single purchase games don't really care since it's about making the game as fun as it can be. So as long as there's no weird bug or insanely unbalanced mechanics, then the only limitation is the player's creativity. The thing about evades or invulnerability is that you can't power creep this effect. It doesn't matter if the enemy is doing 1,000,000 damage to you, as this just negates everything. Now imagine the game creates a future
God side, but yes.
character that double casts your next skill, and now you have 2 free turns where the enemy can't do anything to you. Due to how certain gameplay effects can't be power crept, it can become a nightmare to balance the game and may restrict certain potential changes made to the gameplay. In Morimans, which I consider to be one of the boldest gacha games gameplay-wise, has effects just like Invulnerability, character kits that can stun an enemy for a turn, or percentage-based scaling, like this one that deals damage equal to 30% of the enemy's health. It doesn't matter if the boss has 20 million health, this wipes out almost a third of it. Again, mechanics that can't be power crept are quite risky to put in a gacha game, but I do appreciate it being attempted when I see them. This game doesn't have a stamina system. Instead, it takes a page out of Nikkei's design book and has a passive resource generation that scales off your completion in the main story. So you'd always want to push it as far as you can. The max level for your characters are also limited to your own player level, so you naturally be time gated gradually before you get to make more progress. The weapon system is also one of those that has a lot more exclusivity, since only select characters can wield certain weapons, sometimes narrowing down the list to just 2 units. Basically Honkai Impact or Punishing Grey Raven. Yes, there's a weapon banner type too, though I'm not sure how impactful those are. You can level the weapon slot as well. I wasn't able to get too deep into
Can't
it,
be
but there's
power
also a
crept, sweet
generic
summer love. I
4-slot
mean,
relic
we've
system.
talked about debuffs and things like this, like Paralyze or whatever, Coma. The thing is, they don't get power creep, they just stop working. It's sort of like, you know, Venti in Genshin. I believe at the beginning of the game, Venti could just pull everything, or a lot of things. But then you just sort of stopped being able to pull things together. It's the same thing, right? It's less about it can't be power crept, it just stops being relevant.
I'm guessing this is mostly for min-maxing late game. Your protagonist avatar also has an exclusive progression system where you boost your own stats. Since it's mandatory for the protagonist to be slotted onto a team, I imagine these upgrades can be impactful. One thing I want to note is that the lower rarities in the game aren't entirely useless. Every unit has a cost limit, and a full team can't exceed it. Lower rarities have a lower cost count, so if you manage it right, you can possibly fit another unit in the team. It's also possible to upgrade a unit's tier rarity if you have enough of their dupe tokens. I haven't managed to do this, and I'm not sure how big of a power boost it is. Now, here's one of the main reasons you play this game. The game has put a lot of effort into designing the affection system, as there's actually a lot of things you can do as you progress the relationships. The first feature you unlock is the massage room. This is inspired by something like Snowbreak, and you can get pretty parasocial. Unfortunately, the massage oil doesn't come for free, and you actually have to buy it in the shop. Amazing immersion right there. With oil equipped, you can then apply it, creating a wet effect around the area you clicked. It runs out extremely quickly for some reason, and the massage mode by itself doesn't give you any gameplay advantages, well, at least I don't think it does. Maybe I just haven't massaged long enough. The affection level only goes up to 5, but it gets incrementally more difficult to advance it. There's a fairly bare bones social media mockup, but at least they put in the effort to put this stuff in. Some of the posts can get meta with jokes that break the fourth wall. You can respond or like the posts, in which that respective character will get a slight affection boost. There's also a messaging system, but it's a bit more than just side banter, as every character has a mini character arc that's only discovered by weaving through all the DMs and group chat messages. I only got to affection 2 with a character during the time I played, as I suspect they'll be trying hard to sell the affection system to players. Prepare to get extremely parasocial if you get into this game. Horizon Walker's gacha system is actually kinda unique, and I was at first confused how it worked. Instead of doing traditional 10 polls, you have to spend either the premium currency or common gold to do a refresh of a list of 5 results, like if it's a character or weapon. If you want to add one of those results into your roster, you then have to pay a token respective to its rarity or an amount in gold. If you didn't roll a result you wanted, you can retry the refresh, obviously costing you more. How it's balanced is that the game will occasionally give you tickets that can be substituted for a refresh, meaning that you can do it for free. There's 5 different rarity tiers: B, A, S, SS, and EX. The Rate Up banner has the EX at 1%, but it doesn't share the pool with anyone else, so the only possible EX character you can get is the Rate Up. If you look at the bottom where you refresh the results, there's a pity for an EX character after 10 refreshes, and an SS after 4. If you get a rare character before the pity, then it resets to 0. So this system is quite interesting, as there's actually some degree of strategy and nuance to the gacha. Since the game won't be giving you a lot of EX recruit vouchers, if you want to add an EX grade character or weapon, you actually have to pay a lot of gold for it. Instead, since gold is also used elsewhere in the game for progression, I imagine that you would have to do some research on which lower rarities are good and prioritize using those. So you'd start out your player journey by saving gold. There's also a weapon banner type. As said before, this system has a weird requirement on who can use what. So if you get a dual pistol weapon, then only units that can use dual pistols can equip it, which tends to be quite a small pool. The weapon system can actually be a bit of a wild card. For example, as they're also mixed into the EX pool within the standard banner, it's possible that an EX weapon appears in your results. Well, if you only have one EX recruit ticket, do you bite the bullet knowing that the weapon might have way less of an impact on your roster than an actual character? Except if you don't claim it, there's no way to refresh the rolls again, and you just passed out the chance for an EX grade item. How generous do they give out this premium butterfly currency? I actually don't know in the long term. I only got a couple hundred in the week I played, which is barely enough to scrape together for one refresh. Although it could also be their intention that you're supposed to just use gold, and this stuff is only for the whales. Even so, I suspect the free butterfly income will be very low. The cash shop is also what you would expect, but I think you're all here for the thing advertised in the intro of this video. There are a lot of skins in the game. I won't be showing the ones that are dangerously revealing, but this game teeters on the edge of being labeled 18+. The list just goes on, and you'll probably find something you like. And yes, there are skins with the adjustable rack size feature, which I'm sure many would appreciate. What's more, you can buy the skins with the butterfly currency, which you can get for free in small quantities. Not only that, another area I found that was somewhat admirable is that the skins themselves don't actually cost that much for what they provide. Yes, the 3D models in the game aren't top quality, but among the sea of Gunnar gacha games charging $20 to $60 for skins, this isn't bad. The regular ones are $500 or just over $300 when on sale, so if you try converting it from the cash shop, it will be around $7 to $8 per piece. You also have a few premium battle passes, and this one costing just over $10 gets you a unique skin and some dupe tokens to ascend the same character. The game knows that you're there to goon, and it's able to provide that at an affordable price. I was fairly close to putting this game in the Dead on Arrival series, but I mean, it definitely surpassed my expectations in some respects. In all honesty, is the game actually good after playing it for a week? Well, no, actually, it's really not. The gacha system has many layers to it that makes it quite troublesome to manage, and it's kinda obvious the game serves as a vehicle to sell affection with the characters and their raunchy skins to you. Although, I do have to admit that the gameplay was surprisingly deeper than what I expected out of a game like this. The cash shop is fair with its pricing, and the gooning technology goes one step further than what I've seen before. Meanwhile, the story, music, progression, and features it has are incredibly generic. Although, it's almost funny how direct it is with its heavy fanservice focus, and absolutely not ashamed to be what it is. I'm not entirely sure if the game will survive in the long term, but if you want another gacha game where you're the big boss and live the power fantasy, there you go. Undoubtedly though, I'm sure despite looking quite generic, some people are still gonna go download the game because of this video. Let me know if you play Horizon Walker or which dying gacha game I should try next. I hope to eventually phase out sponsors in place of Patreon pledges, so feel free to support for as little as $2 a month over there. As always, thank you for watching, be sure to spend moderately, and have fun out there.
There we go. Horizon Walker. You want your 15 minutes back? You were farming Guild War. Too bad. Should review GBF. They mentioned that they're gonna do it. But I think yeah, like they mentioned that they were going to do it. I think it's just a matter of when. There is a chance that they're playing and they just haven't made the review yet as well. That's the other thing. Like, I know for like Azure, right? They talked about how they played for like a couple months or something. Like, we didn't finish watching this, but like, I remember at the beginning they were like, hey, I've been playing Azure for the past X amount.
Azur Lane is a revolutionary gacha game. While it may not seem like it, but this simple bullet hell style shooter with extremely simple visuals may deceive you. Gacha games aren't exactly known for their riveting gameplay, and a case like this is no exception. I mean, what's so engaging with a bunch of chibi characters on a flat 2D background as they shoot at enemies on the other side of the screen? Well, 9 years later, the game still remains as one that's relevant in today's gacha market. So how does Azur Lane do it? What's the secret to their longevity? Well, the answer is more complex than you think, but we'll get to it eventually. My name is Psyche, and I went back in time to explore one of the relics in gacha gaming. Azur Lane has been around for a while, so it must have done something right. But what is it specifically? Well, playing Azur Lane comes with all of its charms, as well as all of the jank and minute frustrations you'll experience with an older era gacha. So does Azur Lane still hold up to today's standards? Let's find out. I debated whether or not I even wanted to make a long-form review video on the game. Considering that I played it for almost 2 months, I knew that making it...
Yeah, he's played for almost 2 months, so like... It's, like, I think for some of these games, he spends, like, a long time on them, too. Hello, co-op. Skin sales, skins, and dock space. The answer is skin gacha.
Informed opinions on the game in such a short time frame is pretty difficult. I tend to have a 1-month play period to get accustomed to the game and start making the review, except given that Azur Lane launched in the older era of gacha games, it's had years of power and feature creep. Odd mechanics that are not commonly seen in gacha games, or harder to understand, and slower progression that makes unlocking most of the features unrealistic in such a short time frame. We will see a lot of this later. Azur Lane is developed by Youngshi and Manju Games, published by Yostar. It was originally released in 2017, back when gacha games were still at its infancy stage. Unlike the first Girls Frontline, despite having similar mechanics, this one seemed to have fared
Could you
way
get a
better.
good grip of
So
GBF
good
in
that
2
they're
months? I think so. You in 2 months, you would have read or skipped the story. You will have reached the core gameplay loop, which is farming things to get stronger to farm even stronger things. And you would have experienced some of the event structures in the game as well. So like I think you would have had a decent grip. What I don't think you would have a good grip on is the team building part, because that requires a lot more experience, and the in my opinion, like some of the more involved like gameplay mechanics, which requires you to actually manual and things like that. So yeah, like your understanding of the gameplay mechanics and the systems and creating a team, grid building, like that's going to be like very, very surface level. However, the overall feel of the game and what it's going to be like, I think you will sort of understand in 2 months for sure. You'd have done Seer at least. Depends how much you play, but yeah.
Making an open world gacha game. That's how you know if the company is successful.
I think it really depends on whether you read the story or
base
not.
to this day. However, I'm willing to bet that the majority of the time you hear about this game isn't actually related to the gameplay. Just like other older era gachas I've covered so far, some of its systems and mechanics might seem a little weird. Opening up the game for the first time, I was prompted by a data download of 24 gigabytes. I gotta ask, what the hell is taking up that much space for a game that's literally just chibi 2D avatars moving across the screen? Guess we'll find out in due time. Now, trying to get into a game like this in 2026 is gonna pose a unique challenge. Azur Lane is considered a relic of the last generation, meaning that knowledge of a lot of mechanics commonly seen in today's games is a hit or miss whether they apply here. So I was going to have to start over to get used to its system.
That's pretty much a thing for
Luckily,
GBF as
I
well.
played a decent bit of older gacha games, so I felt like I was able to get somewhat of a head start. However, even considering that, the game is showing its age, and as someone that has no background knowledge of the game, I have to know which ships are good among the hundreds that are out in the game at this point, and if any guides or tier lists I consult are even updated to 2026 standards. Azur Lane was made during a time when the gacha space was still relatively underground, so the scope of the game wasn't even intended to be at the level of where it is today. It was simply designed as a casual experience collecting ship girls and oogling at the live 2D skins. The story of Azur Lane is... well, I wasn't really able to get into it, as the story wasn't something these games focused a lot on back then. So the early portions were more of a way to introduce you to the game world. In Azur Lane, you play as the commander of a fleet of ship girls. Yes, the characters you can collect are personified versions of various battleships that once existed in history. Some of them are purely fictional, but you gotta find some way to add new entries to the roster somehow. What a creative way to morph inanimate things into anime waifus. I wonder what people will come up with next. Maybe more guns and weapons? Nah, that'd be ridiculous. When I got to the main menu for the first time, there was a phone messaging system where I saw DMs and group chats with all the ships, and I was immediately confused. So, does the captain just magically know everyone while I'm here left in the dark? I actually saw minimal story segments for the first 4 or so chapters.
I just want to say, chat, I'm so glad GBF does not have some text messaging thing. Oh, I think text messaging in any gacha game frustrates me to no end. It's so bad, you can never skip through it. It's like always slow. There's always something there. Like, dear lord, I hate text messaging systems in gacha games. GBF is 100% showing its age just by being in a browser. Yeah, for sure.
In the campaign.
Like I think overall, like the browser limits them, but it also makes it very accessible, which is a good thing too. But being in a browser just means that many people will dismiss it entirely.
And the story I did see were events where the ship girls interact with each other in lighthearted ways. So I'm going to assume that it's one of those games where the story isn't the selling point. Speaking of which, the premise of the game is remarkably similar to a browser-based game that already existed ever since the early 2010s, Kantai Collection, or Kankule for short. It's arguable if it's even considered as a gacha game, and the scene for it outside of Japan is basically non-existent. This is one of many cases that
You feel
Japan
like
wanted
browser's
to
a
keep
strong
the
point?
properties
Yeah,
domestically,
I think so.
since you can't play Kankule outside the country, so you just have to be a hardcore weeb to know it even exists. Azur Lane basically said, alright, we'll do it ourselves, and published their own spin on it. Despite this, it looks like the game is still a hit in Japan as well. I should also mention that the current version of Azur Lane has taken a detour from its original vision. If you take a look at the ship girls that were there at launch, a lot of them are designed around the actual battleships they were modeled from, where they will either resemble them in some way with their appearance or personality. These days, that's more or less a bygone era, as the game has clearly found its audience, and the fan service elements have taken center stage. Let's just say you're definitely not playing Azur Lane for the historical accuracy. Trying to play Azur Lane for the gameplay is a strange process, since if you look at their Twitter, let's just say that the gameplay is clearly not the priority when they're marketing it. Learning the game in today's age can be pretty tricky, but I have played Fate Grand Order and Girls Frontline for a decent amount of time, and I can see some resemblance of what they're doing. I knew that going into this was going to require some sort of guide, since it's very likely there's some systems that's been updated over the years that's important that the game won't tell you. Generally, older gacha games have gone through many cycles of updates, to the point that a game might be a stark contrast to what it was when it first came out. And along the way, there's going to be some vitally important systems the game will not make clear to you. Anyways, here's the brief for the general gameplay from what I can find. You'll assemble a fleet of 6 ship girls, 3 spots in the vanguard, 3 spots in rearguard, or just called the main fleet. The one in the middle of the rearguard has a gold highlight, which is your flagship. If the unit in this slot dies, then you lose the fleet. Doesn't matter if all of your vanguard goes down. You'll just be a sitting duck, but you don't lose right away. On the other hand, it doesn't matter if everyone else is alive. If your flagship sinks, you just lose. You are allowed to choose who to place in that important slot, and some ships even gain a bonus for being placed here. Anyways, in
We
the stage,
played
you'll
Azure
enter
for, like, a
2D
very
map
short amount of time.
consisting of grids, and there are enemy ships that you can battle. Your job is to sink the enemy flagship, except it doesn't appear on the map right away, and the tile they occupy can only be revealed when
Probably
you
like
defeat enough
2020 or
enemies.
2021.
There are also random events that can happen when you step onto a tile, like an airstrike that just damages everyone, or an ambush where you have a chance to evade to continue without a fight. This mechanic is determined by its own airspace control stat, so you won't get ambushed if it's high enough. Each fleet has a munition count of 5, and engaging in a fight will decrease by 1. There are sometimes ways to replenish it well in the map, but even if it reaches 0, you can still do fights, just that your damage will be weaker. I didn't know about this, and the game doesn't seem to tell you either. When you engage in combat, you will control your vanguard ships while your rear guard supports you from the back. Your vanguard doesn't necessarily have to be the heavy-hitting portion of the team, since your rear guard has multiple ways to unleash powerful skills, but the units up front just need to be tanky and survive, either by having high HP or high evasion. You can tell that the gameplay is reminiscent of Bullet Hell, where you're supposed to evade the projectiles. When there's projectiles flying at you like this, it's kind of a hard ask to expect a player to masterfully weave through everything. Plus, controlling 3 ships at once makes your hitbox troublesome to manage. There are certain stages where you're required to survive or beat it with special conditions, and if you know what you're doing, you can potentially beat it before the game's recommended power level. I found that torpedoes do the most damage to you, so at the very least, if you're not way above the level requirements, just try to dodge those only. During combat, you can order airstrikes and missiles from your rear guard, as well as firing torpedoes from your vanguard. All these skills take time to refill, with a limit on how often you can use it. When your ship's health gets lowered, their chibi avatars will start smoking and bursting into flames to mimic the integrity of the hull breaking or something. Look, I'm not too sure how the anatomy of these ship girls work, and it's clear you're not supposed to question it. So let's just all forget about this and enjoy some waifu PNGs. If one of your fleets go down, it's not a failure until all of your fleets are down. If the level permits having multiple fleets entering the stage, then you still have a chance to defeat the final enemy flagship. This is the core gameplay, but as soon as I started going into the wiki page to check the more intricate mechanics, I knew it was going to be one of those games where if you want to get into it, you're going to have to learn it yourself. A number of older gacha games like FGO do have some deep mechanics. It's just that the game doesn't make an attempt to tell you what they are and how impactful knowing these mechanics will be.
I saw those
For
math
example,
formulas.
I was confused about this gauge that sometimes appears on the right side of some of my rear guard ships. After failing to learn about it in-game, I found out that it's a detection meter, that when the threshold is passed, that ship will be targeted by enemies. But only some ship types in the game have this mechanic, aside from some edge cases. This meter can be affected by a multitude of factors shown here. Each level also has an airspace control.
I don't think GBF has any mechanics like this, right? Okay, like, you might not know what drain does, but like, it will say, hey, you get drain, and then you can click it. I'm trying to think if there's any like hidden mechanic like this that you sort of have to like fully understand, and you just won't know what it does, that you can't click. And I'm thinking like maybe just like boss things. Like, you might not know why an omen shows up or something like that in Mugen. Like, if you went into Mugen and you see like him doing Big Ballistic Boy or whatever the thing that happens when you take too much damage, you might not know why that's happening, but at least you know it's happening, right? Yeah, I think boss triggers might be the biggest one. You think GBF has a metric ton of these? All right. Yeah, like, tell me which ones, because like, not in this case, I think. Well, not in this sense, I should say. Like, this is like just something that's appeared and you don't know what it means, and you have to go looking it up. That specific example, it does tell you in the raid. The Mugen one. Yeah, I think if you click his HP bar, it tells you, right? Like, you get the icon, but you can click it and it tells you, right? Like, I might not know. Stop. Like, I might not know what this wings icon is, but if I like click on it, it will tell me. Stacking is hard, but you don't, like, yes, stacking is hard, but that's not information that you need to know like what it does, right? Like, there's a difference between understanding a mechanic fully and then actually just knowing what it does. So far, I agree with raid triggers, especially V1 like Far HL. I don't really agree with buffs, I think. Understanding why the grid number goes up or down makes no sense until you look up a wiki guide. Understanding why the grid number goes up or down. The estimated damage. Potentially. I think probably the thing that would trip up most people is crit. Because crit is so valuable in many modern gachas. And crit in Granblue, in your grid at least, is not calculated until you reach 100%. I just watched the video about Horizon Walker. We watched that before this, yeah. Yeah, exactly. The GBF in-game UI, you can always click and gain more information, but this is like, there's no in-game information. So I think that's already like not applicable in Granblue.
After failing to learn about it,
Except for enemy triggers in V1, I would say. When I was a new player, I thought that buffs don't stack, for an example. Yeah, but that's different than not knowing what the buff even does.
in game,
like I agree. I'm not saying like what you're saying isn't valid. What I'm saying is that like compared to this example, like I'm specifically talking about an example like this in Granblue. And I'm saying I don't think it exists on the character side or our side. I think it only exists on the enemy side. There's an absurd amount of systems I didn't understand, like supplemental, you did not feel like it was explained at all. I think it just says your damage is supplemented, right? Which at a baseline is just, hey, you do more damage. So yeah, I fully agree that to fully understand a system, you can't just click on the buff meter. But once again, I think it at least tells you what it does. The skill steady aims effect just says enemies debuffed with targeted by a skill. Okay.
I found out that it's a detection meter, that when the threshold is passed, that ship will be targeted by enemies. But only some ship types in the game have this mechanic, aside from some edge cases. This meter can be affected by a multitude of factors shown here. Each level also has an airspace control value. It's basically a stat check
yeah,
to
crests
see
are
how
pretty
you measure
bad.
up to the level requirements.
The crest is one I had to go looking up to see what it did, because crest itself doesn't do anything without anything else. So yeah. Yeah, crest is bad.
It just lowers your combat effectiveness a bit. There's also a wide degree of ship types in the game, like destroyers, carriers, and submarines. Here's the full list of ship types, and only certain ships can fit into the vanguard or rear guard. Specifically, carrier types will take up the bulk of the rear guard units, since the idea is that they're supposed to resemble those ships that either fire long-range artillery or send out fighter jets. Some missions will allow you to deploy a submarine fleet, where they will mark a number of tiles that they're within range, and if you start a battle well within one of those tiles, then the subs will also aid you. There's 3 star ratings for each stage. Upon just beating it, defeating a certain number of escort fleets, or defeating all the enemy fleets in one instance of the battle. Each ship also has their own morale points, where continuously battling will lower it. If you try to keep doing battles when a unit's morale is at 0, you can still continue, just that their affinity level will actually go down. Aside from some non-farming modes, there's also some side activities you can do. One of them is an island planner. I knew for sure that this was added sometime post-launch, since the style it goes for is almost unrecognizable from the base game. Anyways, I didn't get too deep into this, but you're basically managing the finances and properties on this island. There's also the classic dorm mode, and this explains the 24 gigabytes of storage this game takes up. This mode actually requires you to be at player level 80, which I wasn't even able to reach until way beyond a month into the game, so they're really making you work towards this. You think that they make this as accessible as possible, since I'm sure it would lure a lot of new players into it, but I guess not. Anyways, you'll notice that the game suddenly becomes 3D, and you can visit the dorms of different ship girls, making you feel that you're playing a different game altogether. You can interact, play mini-games, and change the scenery. Again, I wasn't able to get too deep into this, but there's also a furniture and affection system here too. Now, I'm fairly certain that around a month's time isn't enough to fully explore every corner of the gameplay. As you know, everyone plays Azur Lane for something else. So the progression model of the game would be where I say Azur Lane both excels and falls short on, depending on how you approach it and what kind of a player you are. I'll start with the progression types probably everyone will know. Your units will have their max level cap determined by their star tier. While XP books do exist in the game, it's actually inefficient to just use them on everyone. See, this game has the older traditional model of progression where you're supposed to just run the ships you want to level into a battle, and gain XP naturally that way. You'll have to spend the oil currency to sortie into stages, so if you think you can just spend 2 minutes a day to sweep some stages and be done, you will be disappointed. The later stages have an oil cap so that you can be more efficient when farming. I'm not sure what's the reasoning behind this, but it is very valuable to access these stages to save oil. You will have to grind to level up your ships, and certain stages have drops that are extremely useful for progression that letting the game autoplay for 1 to 2 hours a day is not unusual, especially as a new player. You often hit the cap for your oil reserve quite often, so you just have to play the game to spend it. Luckily, there is a comprehensive list of auto farming features that you can enable when you're just farming, so you can just put it on your phone or second monitor while you do other things. You're allowed to double up rewards using this token, but you're not allowed to just sweep any stage and call it a day. I believe the absolute max level cap for ships is 125, but leveling past 100 will require a special currency. Upon reaching certain thresholds, the next star tier becomes available, in which you can feed them either a duplicate of the same ship or these
Just eating
bullions
some
to
food. Is 15k meat enough for top 100? Yeah, it depends entirely where you spend them. Like, if you're able to do NM250 and stuff, then yeah. If you're not, then you might need a little bit more. Depends what difficulty you're going to farm.
1. Now, increasing the star tier is a massive power boost to the ship, and it's something that you'll want to max out if you want to use a ship at harder stakes.
You're going to do NM200 and 250 only, so you're not going to hit day 1 and day 2 at all. I would advise against that because you need big meat for NM250, so you're going to want to hit some of the earlier stages. You do EX+, EX+ doesn't give you big meat.
Stages. Not only does each start raise the stats significantly, they also give new skills or boosts them to a considerable degree. You can also feed fodder ships to enhance their stats, so this game is one where if you accidentally fed a high rarity or high level ship, then you can permanently lose them. Luckily, the game puts in quite a number of safeguards in place to save you from your stupidity. You can also equip 5 slots of gear to each ship, and this determines what kind of weapons they will be using while in combat. The gear rarity can range quite a bit, while the early game gear usually drops from just playing or these boxes that give random gear. However, later into the game, you have to craft the higher grade ones. You can level the gear with this special booklet currency.
You traded your big meat for small meat. NM250 is very difficult. So if you're newer, you probably are only doing it once to get the crystals, and then you're going back to an easier difficulty, so... Do you think I can hit top 2k despite my condition as a European that has to sleep for half the Guild War? I don't know how good your setups are, but yeah, I know plenty of Europeans that hit top 2k that sleep for half the Guild War.
But not all gear can be equipped by all ship types. In addition, there is an augment slot that allows for yet another piece of gear. Some units in the game have their own special augment that modifies their kit in some way. In order to get this unique augment, you have to first get this meteor chunk thing, then enough XP to craft it, and of course, gold. I was only able to craft 1 or 2 unique augments during the time I played, and that's due to the currency you need for it being extremely rare for some reason. And the gold required is like over 20k, which is not a small amount by any means for a beginner. Assuming there's no ongoing events giving you a freebie, I estimate that it's gonna take you like 3 weeks to get 1 unique augment gear, assuming you're not a late game player. Alternatively, when going into the gear menu to craft stuff, there's no filter or search function to craft the augment for a specific ship, so you just have to know what it looks like or search it up. If you want to craft other high-end gear, then you'll have to gather the parts from a mode called Operation Siren, and the best of the best gear in the game will likely take you weeks to months to craft. Operation Siren is kind of like a Conquest-style gameplay loop, where it has its own stamina system, but your fleets don't require...
You're in JJ's crew, and you guys are doing too well at the moment. Hopefully you don't get too hard of a matchup. Gears was the worst part. They give you so many cubes and gold.
Acquire oil or have an ammo count. You'll explore these undiscovered tile sets to search for enemies and loot, and there's a meta progression system with its own rewards. Primarily, this is
Getting
where you
UR
get the
gear
parts
takes
to
a while.
craft certain gear in the gear lab. You'll need the necessary parts, then a certain amount of the nether weapon's blueprint. Quite a lot of stuff you have to chase down. Some ships also have retrofit upgrades in order to catch up with the ever-changing power creep of the game throughout the years. The blueprints for retrofitting can mostly be farmed in the hard mode of the campaign, but you can only do 3 hard mode stages a day. Here's also a bit of jank. You have to get the final modernization upgrade to unlock the retrofit version of the ship, except the preview just says this. What does that even mean? It was only after I completed my first retrofit that I realized that the ship girl actually transforms into a different version and you get new skills. Before I forget, if you go into the catalog, you can rate each ship in the game and even leave comments. Let's just say that this feature is both a blessing and a curse. The Meowficers are kind of like logistics members assigned to a fleet that gives further stats and bonuses. They're also split into different rarities, and training one will take up real life time. You can assign 2 to a fleet, so this is another avenue of progression to make your team stronger. You have to get the cat boxes that drop the officers of varying rarity, where you can buy them with gold, but the first box every day is free. I believe this also ties into the naval combat theme of the game, since cats were frequently on board these vessels for companionship and getting rid of pests. So in a weird way, it is lore accurate. You can also run commissions to get more loot, as well as some passive leveling for certain ships. Some of these are time sensitive that they only show up at certain times during the day or when you do specific things while in game. It'll warn you if the commission will cost oil, though here's something that might cause some trouble for you. If a unit is actively in
Things that only pop up during certain times of day is so bad. Or only on certain days. I hate systems like that. You can't farm your skill mat unless it's a Wednesday at midday on a summer solstice. Great, thanks.
In a commission, you cannot use them for battle. If you want to use a unit that's already in a fleet, the game will warn that there will be an empty spot in that fleet since the unit will be busy. Except when the commission ends, they're not added back into your fleet, so you have to do it manually. This will be a recurring pattern. Just like a few other order gachas, there will be a level of jank you have to deal with. But we can't forget about the oath system. You can literally marry a ship girl after you max out your bond points, and you'll need a ring which is bought with gems. But I did get one for free. Once oathed, you get further stat boosts and the chance to rename them. However, I realized I sort of got scammed, as some ship girls have a unique skin after you oath them, while some don't. However, one major kudos I have to give is that you can oath any collab characters as well, like the VTubers from Hololive. This is so base because given the popularity of VTubing these days, I can't even fathom that there will be a gacha game that lets you do this again. Let's also talk about inventory space. To start out, you don't have infinite slots in your dock, and when the number of units starts to exceed it, you'll be asked to clear up some room. You can increase dock space by paying 200 gems for 10 extra. Now, gems is the premium currency in the game, but you can't think of it like Primo Gems from Genshin Impact. Just like older era mobile games, it's more rare and only given out in extremely limited quantities for free. Coincidentally, it's also the currency used to buy the highly coveted skins. As a beginner, you can forget about the skins, because it's just much better to spend it on things you can actually use to progress faster. Increasing dock space and unlocking more training slots in the dorm should be where you're spending gems. This also has to do with how ship collection works in the game. It's not in your interest to just discard unused ships you don't want, since you actually benefit from having as many ships in the full roster as you can, for reasons I'll talk about in a bit. Since there are now over 500 ships in the game, the 100 given to you at the start is minuscule to the amount you will actually need. Plus, the boolings will take up spots as well, and you might as well just keep them there in case you need them in the future. So cases like this will also eat away at your dock space. You can use these skill books to level a ship's skills, except just like in GFL, these actually take up time to use each book, so it's not instant.
Can you believe
can only have
Maki's
a number of
favorite one is
ships
Sirius?
undergoing training at a
Let me look it up. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've seen this one before. This one here. An event that is only from 7 JST to midnight is bad. I mean, I don't like that Guild War has a limited time entry, personally, and I wish they can do something about it, but the way the event is structured doesn't really appeal to that, unfortunately. But at least it is 17 hours out of a 24-hour day, so it is what it is. As an event, I think it's okay. If it was like a permanent fixture, like basically back in the day, like Angel Halo used to be like you could only enter on certain days or certain hours. Like that shit fucking sucks. But yeah, like in the current state of the game, it being 24 hours would be more detrimental than actually helpful. So that's the thing. They hate EU. It's a time-based event, so no matter what, you're gonna fuck over somebody, right? Like you can't not fuck over somebody in an event like this, the way it's currently structured. So obviously they're going to prioritize their Japanese audience. So yeah. Staying up late for the stars to align for 1 hour to farm Angel Halo sucked. Yeah, like that sort of thing sucks. And then I think one other thing about Guild Ball that makes it, for me, much better, or not better, but like tolerable, I guess is the word I would say, is the fact that you really don't need to do a lot to get maximum rewards. And yeah, maybe this is like toxic endgame player talking here, but top 100k really doesn't take that much effort. I know I'm not a normal player, chat. I know I meme that I'm a normal player sometimes, but like top 100k, I really don't think takes that much effort, and there's like tiers for a reason, right? So like if you don't have the best farmed Magna Grid stuff with certain characters, obviously it's going to take more time. So like you might not hit top 100 and you hit top 140 instead. Like top 100 is a big achievement. The only way would be to put on a limit on how much time you spend hitting, which also sucks and would make it way more competitive. Yep. I think that system doesn't work either, because then anybody who does it at the beginning is saboing themselves, because you should wait for information to come out. Yeah, you screw the first group. No matter what, whoever goes in first loses, because you go in with less information. Whoever goes in earlier will be able to test things, and then very likely information just doesn't get shared anymore as well. Is top 100k like your crew is top 100, or you are, like individually? If you had a 17-hour window per day that you could schedule, it would be the same as now with more flexibility? No, it doesn't. For exactly the same reason that we were just talking about. Whoever goes in first gets screwed. So it is completely the meta, and it is the meta play to delay your entry. Because you just wait for other people to do it. And I think it not being at the same time means that people are incentivized to hide strats more, which I think is the worst part about Grand Blue. I personally think hiding strats and mechanics is like super lame. Or you have people with multiple accounts and they go have one account investigate before they actually go in. Yep. It's way less information. It would be public. It's more pressure to personally perform super well during your limited time. Yeah, like since you have a limited entry, it means that you have to make the most of it now as well. Sounds ass, yeah. So that's why I think changing the current system is like not really viable either. So yeah, while I agree that time zones suck, I also don't see a real way to. I don't see a solution here. And yes, I know some people are going to be like, just delete the event, blah, 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 whatever. But the truth of the matter is many people like Guild War. Like, that might be very hard to imagine for some of you, but I'm one of those people. I really like Guild War. Many top players who play the game very competitively play the game because of Guild War. So I think, like, losing that dedicated part of the player base is definitely not the way to go either. This is the same argument as a race to world first in MMOs. You can't have different open slots for different time zones because of the disadvantage of entering first. EU just gets screwed in WoW, and that is just the reality. Yep, basically. I think that is the reality in Granblue as well. You can't have staggered entries because of that, and in Granblue, EU just gets screwed. EU just sort of gets screwed, and there's not much you can do about it.
Time, but you can buy more slots with gems. With some progression items, you can compose some of them to a higher tier. So the blue skill
World first is a race though, that's not the same. How though? Guild War is a race too. It's a race to see who gets more honors. I don't see how that's not the same. Maybe you have a different perspective on this. Collab title, let's have a look. Bleach, Echoes in the Blue Hollow. It's because nobody cares if you finish in less time, it cares that you finished first. Okay, I see that. But that doesn't get rid of the inherent issue that whoever goes in first is at a disadvantage. Like, I disagree with that, but for the purpose of this conversation, I don't like it's a minor difference, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't really matter if whether we agree it's a race or not. But I think, like, no matter what, I would imagine you agree that whoever goes in first has less information than whoever goes in second, right? Yeah, so like fundamentally there's a discrepancy there, right? So it doesn't really matter whether it's a race or not. Whoever goes in first is worse off.
books can be converted to a purple. While the purples have a longer timer and give more XP, you will still lose.
Maybe one day the player base will get big enough for multiple servers for other region. I think that's also bad. I think Granblue is great because it's one server. I think having separate servers is shitty. I am honestly baffled that so many games do it as well. I mean, I understand why they do it, but I think it's shitty. Like, even the very small thing where Asia gets new characters before NA, I think that stinks. It's a minor thing, but I think it stinks. Region-based things also introduces the fact that, hey, some things might just not be available in other regions. I think that stinks too. What if one server just doesn't have enough people? How are your raids clearing then? I wouldn't be able to play with most of my friends due to them being in a different region. Yep. It already fucking sucks when I can't play Hoyo games with some friends because they happen to make their account in NA and I happen to make my account in Asia. Like, that fucking stinks. I don't think it should be a thing. Like, I think they should be like Path of Exile. Path of Exile, everybody is on the same server, but everybody uses a different gateway for their ping, for their latency. I don't see why that's not the case for so many of these gachas. Right? So it means that everybody has the ping of their local server, but everybody exists on the same server. So I could party up with someone who lives in South America or someone who lives up in Japan, right? Depending on which like area I enter into, my latency might get worse, but at least I can still interact with them. Yeah, I think the only real upsides to region splits for gacha games is that your daily reset time might be at a more understandable time, right? Like for example, chat, for Hoyo games, what time is reset? In like for like if you're in NA, what time is reset for you? Because I think that's really the only like normal thing, because it happens on the new day instead of like in the middle of the day. And for Granblue, what time is it? It's like 1 p.m. Granblue, exactly. So I think that's like the only realistic quote unquote advantage, is that the reset happens at a time that is like more logically correct, which is like on the new day you get the reset, as opposed to it happens halfway through the day at some random ass time, right? Funnily enough, I like GBF reset. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I think some people prefer their reset being like when they're awake. Like for me, I've always had GBF reset. Like it's always reset once I've woken up. So like I like that better, but I can understand if some people might want it like, oh, I always play Granblue at this time, which just happens when reset is happening, which means I get to do 4 gold bar raids all at once, which I think is also good. Fuck no, make my Wuwa reset at 1 p.m. I just want Flash earlier. Yeah, I think Flash happens too late personally as well. But either way, yeah, I think that is the one like quote unquote advantage. And this also comes down to preference too. Right? At the end of the day, this also comes down to preference, which whether you like a 4 a.m. reset or whether you like a 1 p.m. reset.
On pure XP efficiency. So while you can maximize progression by logging in every 2 hours with just the blues, that's still a lot of micromanagement to do. There's all sorts of currencies and items you can buy within the shop, though I found that there's also a fair share of unintuitive UI and
Day 1 story event daily missions. Oh, what time does that happen? Yeah, like I can see that being really bad, right? I can see that being bad. And not only that, for boxing events, you don't really get to do the missions unless you finish the story. I mean, obviously you can join other people's ones, but then you have to click, hey, I want to get spoiled or blah, blah, blah. And you might not want that. Azure Lane review? It is an Azure Lane review, yeah. But we're also chatting about like Granblue systems and things like that as we're watching. Story event drops at like 5 a.m. for me, okay. It drops at 5 a.m. and then your game, and then reset is at like 1 p.m. So after you wake up, you have like, assuming it's like a weekend and you have no work and things, then you have like what, like 3 or 4-ish hours to do it. Yeah, it sort of stinks, I guess. That seems like a very tight amount of time. Yeah, like if it's on a work day, then you're just sort of screwed. So yeah, things like this would be much better with like regional server times or reset times. I just wake up to do stories. I'll never be awake to get day 1 boxing event. I've just accepted that I'll miss it. Yeah. And that sort of stinks, right? I basically miss it every time unless I stay up and skip, yeah. So yeah, day 1 boxing events would suck. And that's where regional servers would help, right? Or not regional servers, but regional server reset times would help.
everything means. For example, if I wanted to buy the gear Z Flag, I'd open its description page and see what it says. The buff it provides says that it gives a bonus effect for certain ships. So some questions. What ships and what bonuses? It's the same deal as some older gachas like FGO that don't bother giving the full description of certain things in the game. After all, what does it mean for a skill to massively increase your attack? Another source of jank is that the menu to disassemble the ships you have isn't in the dock section. You think that in the same place where you make all sorts of upgrades to your ships would also be where you can dismiss them. But no, the retirement tab is located in the build section, where you construct ships instead. The dorm is exactly what you'll expect. You can expand it or buy furnishing with dorm coins, but it can also be bought with gems. You can place a number of ships in the dorm, and not only do they passively get leveled, it quickens the respiration of morale, which gets lower when they're used in combat. You can buy more snacks with oil or gems to keep them happy and continue leveling them this way. This is also the other important place to prioritize spending gems for beginners, since you obviously want more slots to passively train your units, and letting them rest in the dorm means that if you have a surplus of oil and plan to grind the game for like 5 hours straight, then their morale loss will be offset by the gain in the dorm, so you can keep auto-battling without worrying losing affinity with them. The slots get more expensive the more you open. The comfort level determines how fast they can gain XP, and you can naturally get more by expanding and decorating the dorm. I wasn't feeling too creative, so I just bought a set from the shop. I had a rough time figuring out the shipyard area. At some point post-launch, the game introduced a special group of ships that you have to complete research in order to unlock, and these ships cannot be obtained through other means. Before we can even talk about the shipyard research system, I like to point out that given this was a post-launch feature, the devs had to account that its core players had already progressed the game to a certain point when they made this feature, meaning that it's not exactly beginner-friendly to get into the research ships. Specifically, the ships in this category
Eternals,
are called the PR/DR, which stands for Priority and Decisive Rarity. It has had a lot of updates over the years, and as you can see, there are many series of ships that were added. In order to obtain a research ship, you have to first complete the prerequisite requirement to unlock the research at all, then complete a series of tasks for the full unlock. The prerequisite requirement will want you to have achieved a certain milestone in your ship collection, such as
I think the biggest thing that I think really needs to be updated in Granblue is just, and they've done things to help it, is Eternals. I think the Eternal recruitment process is god awful and it needs to change. I think they actually need to just go back and fix it. Sierra's step needs to go. Sierra's shop step, just that needs to be deleted. Like, sent into orbit, into space, obliterated, needs to just go away. That needs to go. The whole process of uncapping the weapon, reducing the weapon, worrying about when you're meant to reduce it, blah blah blah. That shit fucking needs to go too. At most it should be craft the weapon and that's it. That's what it should be. Craft the weapon, you're done. It pains me that you need to burn crystals. I don't care about that, honestly. Personally, that's brought up every time. The way I see it in my mind is I would gladly pay those crystals to pull in the gacha for a character this good. So I don't care about that. Like, it's a transaction to get the character. I don't give a shit about the crystals. What I care about is the process and how confusing it is and how intimidating it is and how easily it looks fuck-upable, right? I remember when I made my first Eternal and did this thing, I was glued to the wiki, making sure that I was getting every single step right because the game doesn't explain it properly, and hoping to God that I don't fuck something up. Make a different shop tab that's just Eternals, put everything there instead of having it nested in Forge and 3 different treasure trade tabs. Yeah, that's also horrendous too. Yeah, it's not good. Eternal recruitment, yeah. And it's like, it's clear that they learned from it because Evokers is much better. But yeah, they need to go back and fix Eternals. You think this rings true for Evokers? Do we agree with Evokers? Maybe it's just because Eternals is so convoluted that Evokers feels better in comparison. But Evokers to me is just you go to the menu and you just follow the steps, no? Like, isn't Evokers just... I thought Evokers was just go here, forge summon, and then you just... It's like, hey, I want this, alright, get these. Then next step, then next step, then next step. New World Foundation is poorly integrated. Yes, the Foundation weapons are poorly integrated. I do agree with that step. Yeah, Foundation weapons is poorly integrated, and I know that because so many people don't know you need to get the weapons to get 5-star. Yeah, I think the reduced step is really bad for Eternals. Needing to refight the world. Yeah, that one's sort of confusing too.
Just accumulating enough tech points with a certain faction. How you get those points is kind of interesting. Tapping on the requirement doesn't give you any info, so I just looked it up and consulted other areas of the game to find out what an Iron Blood point is. Going into the collection tab, you can see that you're given faction and fleet points for achieving certain goals with the ships in that faction, just by collecting it for the first time when they reach level 120 and when they reach their max star level. Remember what I said about how you can't really just discard the low rarity ships? This is why. It's beneficial to have them around because they still contribute to your overall collection points, which is used to unlock the research ships and will permanently provide stat boosts to your entire roster.
I think I've played a couple other gachas like this where like characters you pull have a limited inventory. I'm glad Granblue doesn't do that. I mean, there's no reason for Granblue to do that the way it's designed, but having limited character slots feels really bad in games.
That's why dock space is so important and why you can't just disassemble the ships you don't want. The crazy part is that the game does not tell you about this. If you've been discarding the ships you didn't want, even if you only had one copy of them, that would have been a mistake. There's a lot of jank and roadblocks in the game, but I'd say one of its enticing aspects for players is that you...
That's a relic of the browser era. Wait, which one? PR ships have the same problem unlocking all content. You either have to dig through a wiki or old patch notes. New World Quartz is easily fuck upable. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, you can use New World Quartz for the wrong thing. Limited dock space. Okay.
You do feel the accomplishment and progress of slowly building up your collection. You can see that there's a lot of time gates in the game where you're expected to play for months at a time, but it's still realistic to collect almost every ship for free. Since the main monetization model is through skins, which we'll talk about later, the collection portion can be approached by anyone. And as long as you put in the time and dedication, you can still make it far, as no gameplay advantages are locked behind any paywalls. Okay, aside from the gem upgrades, but you know. Once you complete the prerequisites, the tasks to get the PR ship will unlock once every 24 hours, so granting permission to see all the tasks will take you a week-long wait time. After you're done with all the tasks, then the ship is unlocked and you can start using them for battle. However, enhancing these ships also has their own progression system. In order to increase the star tier and increase their stats, you'll have to feed them their respective blueprints. For a max level up, you'll need like 300 of those. You get these blueprints from either just event rewards or get them randomly when in the research lab. This is sort of like daily commissions, but you can queue up to 5 research topics at a time, and starting one will require you to invest in some gold, cubes, or do some tasks like completing certain stages in the campaign or scrap some gear. From here, since the game has been live for a long time and there's a lot of research ships, the game has a catch-up mechanic that for every time you complete a research, you're guaranteed to receive blueprints of a ship you selected. However, even with this, after I logged in every day to be at max efficiency, I played for nearly 2 months to get 300 needed to fully enhance a ship. This will be a long and steady process for every player. Don't expect the streamlined progression from newer gacha games. You'll be here for a while. After you fully max out a research ship, Then you'll get yet another progression chart called Fate Simulation, where you can feed them even more blueprints to raise stats and a new skill at the end. Also worth mentioning that if you run out of blueprints, you are allowed to spend gold as an alternative. The first few times are free and heavily discounted, but will rack up in price afterwards. The gold discounts reset daily, so you can inch a little closer to the next upgrade every day. There's also another faction of ships called the Metas, which are kinda like the alter versions of characters from FGO, where their personality and appearance are more abrasive than their normal counterparts. They're usually given out or can be earned in some way, but they also have their own unique upgrade system. For example, the current meta ship can be obtained from the free version of the Battle Pass, and their dupe shards will be used to limit break them instead. Luckily, it wasn't necessary for me to go too deep into this, because most of the meta ships are not good and only really usable when you hyper-invest, which is just not worth it for a beginner. Just like the regular shipyard, it follows similar steps in its upgrade system. But here's one of the whole process that confused me. Say I wanted to unlock the skills for this meta ship here. You can get prompted to spend the skill book to unlock it, except you can't preview what it does in-game, so I had no clue what I'm unlocking here. It's only after you unlock can you see the full skill description. I tried clicking on every button to see if I missed something, but there was nothing. I really think there should be a way to preview the description here, but hey, just more old school gacha shenanigans. From everything I've learned about Azur Lane, its progression system is very distinct for one major reason. You can realistically get every ship in the game for free, but you're in it for the long term. Don't come in here thinking that you can pick and choose your favorite ships and just sweep stages for 2 minutes a day and be done. It's a gacha game in the most traditional sense. You want to collect as many ships as you can and feel satisfied that every run of farming or every task you complete will contribute to the total power of your roster. It's an old school style of thinking. You put in the effort, you get rewarded. However, this obviously poses a bigger barrier to entry than a lot of other gacha games on the market. If you want to widen your collection, be prepared to lock in for months at a time, grinding away at some of the farming stages.
Breaker.
That's the reason why I'd argue the progression in this game can either be seen as a positive or negative. However, this next section might change some minds. Is Azur Lane even a gacha game? Well, yes, kind of. It does appear on the monthly revenue PvP list. It's just that it's arguable if it can be put on the same pedestal as the traditional gacha games we all love and enjoy. Instead, just like the First Girls Frontline and some older era gachas, the main way you can obtain ships is through the construction. You'll need a bit of gold and these things called wisdom cubes to construct a ship. There are different banners and classes of ships you can construct, with the light type requiring just 1 cube and less than half the coins of a regular construction. The rates are as displayed: 12% for an elite or SR, 7% for a legendary, and 1.2% for an ultra rare. The light banner, however, in exchange for a lower cost per construction attempt, it's not possible for UR ships to drop here. Once a construction instance starts, it gets queued up here. The time to completion also seems to be random, and I don't believe that just because the timer is long, it guarantees a rare ship. As you probably expect, the majority of the UR grade ships are very good, while the lower commons and rares are most of the time hot garbage. I actually managed to get an UR during the time I played, and there's even a unique summon animation when they do come out. In addition, their default sprite already contains live 2D animation, while the other peasant ships don't. Now, I've never really liked hidden rarity tiers in gacha games, so I just recognize the URs as the actual SSRs and the legendaries as the SRs, with the purples and below being common. If you put it like that, a 1.2% drop chance isn't exactly that high anymore. I believe there is a total cap on how many constructions can be queued, and here's another small thing I wanted to point out. If you had like 6 cubes, then it's natural that you will be allowed 6 constructions at this time if you were pulling on the light banner. If you were to click on the max button here, you would expect that it's a shortcut to max out the amount of constructions you can make at this time, except it just sets the number to 10. There's no reason I want this set over the max amount of constructions I can do right now. It's a small thing for sure, though just like GFL, you'll start noticing these small annoyances over time. You get 2 requisition medals for every cube you spent on construction, so this sorta serves as the mileage system. There's a separate requisition banner that you can spend 6 of these things on, except this is basically worthless. You can instead spend the medals in its respective shop for good stuff instead. Why gamble for good ships when you can just guarantee them? However, there is still the matter of the pity system, and that also works in unique ways. For one, there's a common pity for 400 points, where upon reaching it, you get to pick from a selection of UR ships that are in the permanent pool, with more added over time. 1 point of mileage is rewarded whenever you spend 1 wisdom cube. So if you construct on the non-light banner, then you get 2 mileage every time, since the cost per construction is 2 cubes instead of 1. Cubes are given out for free in daily and weekly missions, and due to the gacha being construction-based, re-rolling was not actually recommended when I got into the game, as the currency you get for construction is spread out as you play, instead of being front-loaded at you. At times, there are special rate-up banners that feature a limited UR or SSR, with the rate-up chance as follows. If there's a UR ship on the banner, then this banner type will have its own independent pity. The counter will read 200, but that count is for the total amount of constructions made on this banner. Since each attempt is 2 wisdom cubes, it's realistically 200 pulls or 400 cubes to reach the pity. Once you reach the pity, you can spark for a guaranteed
This video is 3
copy
months
of the
old.
on-banner UR ship. However, this pity is solely for the UR, not SSR units. If you wanted to get the SSR of a banner, then there is no pity for that. You just have to keep constructing ships until you get it. My guess is that since the construction gacha doesn't actually count as a traditional gacha, it doesn't have to adhere to certain regulations like having a pity counter for it. Just like GFL, you can realistically get a steady stream of new ships to play with, just that you have to be patient since every construction attempt will take time. Given that there's a gold cap in the game, you're not allowed to just keep hoarding gold to spend them all in one go. This was where I ran into a bit of a roadblock. When you're in the mid to late game, you can access the stages that give you more gold at higher efficiency, since the pity to spark the rate up UR is 200 pulls or 300,000 gold. As a beginner though, getting this amount of gold even during the banner period is almost impossible unless you pay for a boost. If you miraculously scrounge together the gold, you're forfeiting other avenues of upgrades the same gold could have been used on your account. Instead of throwing it away for the chance to get a really good ship, you could have used it to upgrade your existing fleets, get augment gear, limit break your units, retrofitting some key ships. The UR ships also need to be limit broken, so you either get more of them in the gacha, or you buy the UR Bulins, which are extremely rare and expensive. In a weird way, actually committing to a limited UR banner is not something beginners might do, since you better
I think this is one part of Granblue that I feel like is one of my favorite things, and something that I feel like is slightly underappreciated, which is that you don't really invest into characters, so you can just swap your characters out whenever you want. Like it always felt bad to me in many other gachas where I pull a character and then I have to invest a lot into the character, and then I have to think about whether it's worth it to invest it into that character. Is it similar to Kantai Collection? The core concept is similar, which is ship girls. I don't know if the gameplay or anything else is similar though.
better off using the gold
Yeah,
to
it's
make
inspired
guaranteed
from
upgrades
Kantai
to your
Collection.
account. Of course, you could believe in the art of gambling and luck sack it like me. I overall didn't really have a problem with the system. The most coveted ships are still the URs, but plenty of the lower rarities are still very much viable. However, the construction gacha is not exactly the main monetization model of the game, so we'll take a look at that next. For the cash shop, you can buy either the gems, premium currency, or just directly buy packs. If I'm gonna be honest, a lot of these packs with gameplay advantages just aren't very good at all. For example, there's an $8 monthly sub that gets you some gems right away, and a supply of oil, gold, and a cube every day. The value that this provides is questionable. I'd be more interested if it actually gave gems every day, because the materials that it gives out barely makes a dent if you're already into the mid and late game. The same thing goes for the battle pass. You already get the meta ship for free, so you only get common materials for paying the premium track. Despite this, I did spend a bit of money on the game, on 2 packs specifically. The first one was a $5 pack that lets you skip your captain level to 70, effectively bypassing some grind you have to do to unlock some features of the game. The second was this pack right here, $16 to instantly skip the research prerequisites, the research missions themselves, and enough blueprints to max out a priority grade ship. This effectively lets you skip around 2 months worth of grind in some cases, and guarantees you a powerful ship near their max potential. And I don't really have a problem with this being in the game. First, well, I bought it, I need to justify my spendings. Also, if you were to search up how much money is needed to flat out buy a rare character in modern gacha games, $16 and the upgrades to max it out suddenly looks pretty good in comparison. You can buy a pack for each of the series that are released right now.
It's funny because like in Granblue, like this would never exist in Granblue, right? There would be never a pack that's like, or at least, okay, let me reiterate, because we do have like the relink or whatever codes that give you like the fast track packs, but like I don't think they would ever do an in-game promotion like, hey, buy this for this, right?
Will undoubtedly give you a massive boost in progression. Gems, on the other hand, can be used to buy the all-important dock space and training slots. These two should be priority
and it tends to
number one
only
for
happen
new
when they're
players.
like less relevant, and that's probably the case here too, right? The 5,000 yen in your rank 200 with M3 grid.
While gems are also used to buy character skins, it's just a much better use to propel the efficiency of your account instead. However, if you do manage to get your account sorted out and just have some disposable income, you can, of course, buy the one thing that Azur Lane is actually known for. Without a doubt, Azur Lane is one of the pioneers in utilizing live 2D technology when gacha games were still emerging. While I'm sure the rest of the industry would have normalized its use anyways, there's a lot of evidence that its highly intricate skins and attention to detail, while having an affordable price, is what keeps a lot of people playing. What I'm trying to say is, if the skin preview is 1 hour long, then you know it's gonna be good. So, the skin system is an
1 hour
aspect of
long?
the game I can't really judge since I don't have a lot of the skins myself, and the designs of these skins have way more interactive elements than something from other gacha games. The best part is that the pricing is actually affordable, with the very high quality skins costing around $20 if you do the conversion from gems. Can you get skins for free just by earning gems while in-game? Technically, yes. However, as a beginner, just invest in things that increase your efficiency, but if you're completely free to play, you can probably get enough to get a free skin maybe once a year. To be fair, the game cannot make money from the construction gacha, so its profit maker is squarely focused on the skins, as you can probably evidently tell from the marketing from their Twitter account. In today's gaming sphere, cosmetics is seen as one of the most acceptable ways to monetize a game. If you consider the fair pricing, it's a good bargain. To put into perspective, other gacha games with 2D art like Nikke are charging $60 that don't have nearly enough customization in their skins, and the market is actually becoming more accepting of skins costing around that price range. However, Azur Lane never chose to raise those prices. Granted, some of these skins are time limited and you have to wait for a rerun if you really wanted one. But in terms of the example to set for skin monetization, I wish there was more that followed Azur Lane. Skins would be more of a luxury and beginners have less reason to buy those, given gems are way better spent elsewhere. This means that the main attraction of the game is mostly targeted towards seasoned players that already have a big collection so that the skin can be applied to a ship. However, if you're broke but still want to experience some of the skins, there's also the rental system that lets you rent out a featured skin for a week. You get 3 of these per patch, so what this means is that even if you're a free-to-play player that owns little to no premium skins yourself, you can simply have a small flavor of something every week just by setting the rental skin to your main menu. Since the featured skins rotate periodically, you can just keep renting them as new ones come out. It really has to be stated just how much value you're getting with the Azur Lane skins. A lot of the tactics behind gacha games rely on FOMO and gambling-like behavior. While that's sort of the case here with the limited time skins, what I particularly like about Azur Lane is that its business model solely relies on making a good product. So there's an MMO called Final Fantasy XIV where in order to play it, you have to pay a monthly sub. There's a free trial, but there's no way to play the game unless you pay for it. You pay the sub, you get access to the whole game, and no one can gain an advantage over you gameplay-wise. I think personally, this is one of the best possible monetization models for consumers in a live service game. The reason is simple. In order to make money, you have to convince players to keep paying the sub. But in order to do that, you have to actually make a good game. The game cannot rely on gacha or progression boost packs people can buy. It has to excel in all the general areas so that people want to play more of it. Unfortunately, this model is extremely rare, especially in the mobile gaming space. The vast majority of them are expected to be freemium, Everyone doesn't want to pay an upfront fee to start playing these games, so it's just not normalized within gacha games. However, I imagine Azur Lane is sort of a glimpse of this. The full roster is technically open to all players as long as you put in the effort, and the skin system is an all or nothing purchase. You either get the skin or you don't. There's no randomness or trickery going on here. If they make a desirable piece of cosmetics, people are gonna want it. This is what I imagine to be Azur Lane's greatest selling point. Now, there's still a bunch of jank in the UI and general unintuitiveness of its systems for new players, but in exchange for that, you got one of the most honest business models. If you want to experience the past event stages, they're archived in the, well, War Archives. There's a collection tab if you also want to view the story, but I'm gonna say it. No one really plays the game for the story. Some of the past event stages are quite profitable in terms of loot drops, so gameplay-wise, you still get a lot of content there. You get 4 entry chips per day, since entering a past event stage will cost 1, even if you've cleared it once already. From what I understand, the events themselves
They
mostly
mentioned
contain
14
their own
when
mini
WoW,
scenarios,
it was a WoW's
maybe some
model.
mini games, and event farming
I mean, WoW's not even the first game with a subscription model, right? They just mentioned an example they know. It was just an example.
stages that give out good stuff that usually yields better efficiency from just normal farms. Some of the ships have to be farmed in specific stages, but aside from the limited URs, they're mostly in the game, available for you to collect when you get lucky enough. There is a challenge mode, though I couldn't do any of these since 2 months is not enough time to get an actual late game fleet going. The true late game mode is called Meta Showdown, where due to its unique rules, certain ships that may perform poorly elsewhere can suddenly become extremely good in this mode. Obviously, I can't talk about this in detail since it'll be a long time before I can get a good feel on the game progression, but I heard it's actually pretty difficult, so you'll have another reason to start maxing out your favorite ships. Although, it's kinda weird the icon to enter the mode is the same place where you check the battle pass and commissions. It's supposed to be an extra tab within the Operation Siren menu, so I just thought that was a little odd. The game has had a lot of updates to its systems and progression in the 8 or so years it's been live, and not
Does it
every
actually
major
stick
change
with
has
these?
been
I don't know.
documented and streamlined for new players
Probably
going
not
in
all of
today.
them. It'd be way too
just
many.
like some of my complaints in the progression section, you will have to
Maybe
spend
some
some
of them.
time navigating its different features and figuring out how to proceed. Some of these modes are such stark contrasts to the main core portion of the game that you might not even know that it's still the same game. Once you do get into the groove of things, you'll notice that the game has a lot of grind, but the same grind can be very satisfying knowing that every run of a farming stage, no matter how insignificant, will contribute to making your whole roster stronger. So Azur Lane has had a pretty good run in this market. 8 years later, it's still going as one of the older era gachas that prevailed in more modern times. Right off the bat, I can tell you, for players that come in with expectations of modern gacha games, it might not be for them. Azur Lane has an old school method of progression, where there's no sweet features, certain UI and mechanical features that are not explained to you, and getting your fleet to an endgame state won't take days or weeks, but likely months. However, once you realize that you can realistically collect every ship in the game for free given enough dedication, and that the game can actually feel sort of addicting in the sense that you can't pay your way to become the strongest, the main monetization model the game has is through its cosmetics, which is weirdly honest given that it has no gameplay advantages, has a fixed price with no further gacha system, and the skins it provides are some of the most ingeniously designed in all of gacha gaming. It's a fair and honest transaction to make your Gooner brain happy, which in the world of $60 skins or dedicated skin gachas is something that a lot of gacha games don't do anymore. I don't imagine the game gets big influxes of new players these days, but it does an extremely good job of reinforcing long-term play and rewarding those that did go through the gauntlets of collecting their roster of ship girls. Despite its imperfections, it demonstrates that the old way may still be better. That's it for the long review, so thank you for joining me today. If you want to catch more gacha-related content like this, you know what to do. You can support what I do for as little as $2 a month on Patreon. Thank you for watching, be sure to spend moderately, and have fun out there.
Interesting video. Yeah, Azur Lane, I feel like many Granblue players have also played Azur Lane. Because it's the overall gameplay loop is sort of similar as well. I managed to get the weapon to 4 stars. Do I think it's reasonable to get 5th uncap? 5th uncap's quite expensive. I would say no. I would say no. I don't know. It depends on what other sources of celestials you have, but like you need 80 more crystallized cores. You got to do eternal weapons. I don't know. Maybe you have access to this, then it's fine. But either way, even if you do this, I would recommend not Awakening. Awakening costs a lot. So yeah, if you are able to get it to 5-star, don't worry about Awakening. You can also consider getting other weapons too. Other weapons to 4-star. Da-da-da-dum. 5-star equals extra grid. Yep. That's the main reason, in my opinion, to get the 5-star. Hello, Wolf. How's it going? Is it advisable to get every celestial just to 4-star with more frequently used ones to 5-star? It's advisable to get 4-stars and 5-stars of weapons you use, and depending on how much you use them, like, will determine whether you make them 5-star or not. Like, for example, I would not recommend getting bow 4-star over like a celestial you actually use to 5-star, right? So it depends. You think you use like 3 to 4 celestials? Yeah. I use... I'm trying to think which ones I use sort of regularly. Harp, gun, spear. Harp, gun, spear, staff, sword. Maybe 5. Axes, I only made it like for this guild war. Sword I actually don't use that often. Personally, just for me. I think sword is in general okay though. Yeah, and I don't think people would use gun unless you had a Hrisvelga as well, is the other thing. What's my grid to OTK NM90? This is what I'm currently using. Am I not doing Mimic? How much is Mimic? Oh, what's the Mimic grid, Eyster? I didn't test Mimic, I'm gonna be real. But I don't think I can do Mimic Kaguya. Mimic is what? 20%, right? So an extra Kaguya is better. Unless I got my drop rate numbers wrong. Oh, is Mimic Kaguya better? Okay, I might have got my drop rate wrong then. Let's see. Kaguya is 30% and Mimic is 20%. But the Mimic Manatura is also how much? 3%. So wait. So it's 23. You can add rabbit. So 23 plus 3. Isn't that 26? Isn't that worse? I mean, this doesn't matter. It's going to be a constant. Like, the only thing is this. It's calculated differently. It's not additive. Oh. All right. Cajun, link it to me then, Meister. I'll do that one. What is rabbit? Super God Rabbit Gigantamax. This one here. God Rabbit Gigamax. It gives you 3% sub aura, which does stack. What Cajun link? Oh, it's that one. Alright. Oh, it is Dragon Bar as well. Okay. Double Sennen, double fist. Are you doing this grid? You have no destroyer, no main Agni. Okay. Alright. I will try it. What's Big W? Like a store. Maybe akin to Walmart? I don't know Walmart, so... Yeah, it's like Target. Target is the one, yeah. I forgot you guys have Target. This. I don't know why people still shop at EB Games when it's such a ripoff compared to places like Big W. Yeah, EB Games is much more expensive. Like, I typically go to JB. JB is also cheaper. I don't know if JB is cheaper than Big W. JB is a bit better, but you're still throwing away $10 for nothing. Okay. Yeah, apparently Big W is cheaper, so... Yeah, they price match, but it doesn't change the fact that their default price is higher. You all got a lot of letter name stores. Big W, JB, EB, Kmart. She's figured us out. Do I have to change my key though? We also have Dick Smith. Do we? I haven't seen a Dick Smith in years. But why? 1300 HP. Oh no. DY look. Yeah, I was doing this on stream earlier. I know about it, don't worry. Rhine. Do you really have enough HP? Without this? What am I missing? Like 39k. What, how does this have enough HP? You don't hit 60k? Oh, you just have TA. Do I really need the Rhine? So you got to 60k. Like we're nowhere close to capping. That being said, I'm not on extremity, so that's a bit there. How close is this, assuming we have everything? Okay, I see. So we might just need to get some higher tier rate. Oh my god, I already have one. %, 88%. We drop this for TA. %98 TA on Wamdas. We're off by 2%. You were able to remove a button from your 90. Now you only have Sun. Very nice. I think as long as Wham does TAs, we're good here. %99 now. Do we just tank the 99%? Because I think the damage on Whamdus is important. I mean, we can just do this, I guess. Go back to the katana for more raw. And then we put on an artifact. So I have... Losing sup on Whamdus sort of stinks. Alright, and then this is more drop rate, we're seeing. Because previously we were what? Journey drops 5, crew buff. Yes. No, and then we were this and this, right? So before we were 2.25. And now we are... Oh wait, I forgot this. So before we were 2.39 and now we are 2.47. 3 main summon? Oh yeah, 2.52, I see. I see. More you know. Do I have a drop rate? I don't save these ones, so I don't think I would. Nope. Do I have any even in fire? No. I guess I can put it on Whamdus for now. Not having one for Essa, I'll have to keep a lookout for it. But I can put one on Whamdus for now. I think she just needs the TA anyways. Sure. Battle. Battle. How many have we got so far anyways? We got one drop so far. One drop. We've got 4 Revenants and 1 Celestial. We started at 50k. Not Kaguya Kaguya? No, it's not. This is more drop rate. You wouldn't be able to double Kag Minno anyways, yeah. Shit is tight. Yeah, okay. Double Kag with what we currently have is better. Bing, but yeah. Since I can't do double Kag with Mimic Minno, this is better. How close is it at the moment for you? Like, is it inconsistent? I don't know if I like this new version. It just wants pretty good min-maxing, gotcha. I can KO with 3 TA1 double attack. Dun, 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 dun. Battle. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bum. This is pretty satisfying. Ruka Yuki OTP. Redeemed Hydrate. Sure. Who are Ruka and Yuki? Is it Heaven's Burn Red? Heaven's Burn Red. Dun, 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 ba, ba, bum. Dun, 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 dun. Which anklet? I'm using the normal attack one. Normal attack anklet for this team. Mm-hmm. 2.44 drop rate. 2.54 with my artifact. With no artifact, 2.52. But yeah, 2.54. Main summon 3%. Yeah. Oh, main summon isn't 3%, but we're running Rabbit. Rabbit is 3%. 3% there. I'm running this grid at the moment. If you have double Rhine Fist, you can do that. Just Rhine here. I think that works. If you have double Sennen, that might be better. I don't know. Grid seems relatively flexible. That's what we're running at the moment. Replacement for destroyer weapon. Ultima weapon. Iced is running no destroyer. Iced, I had to change a couple things though. This is Iced. Iced is running Mika, Ultima, not Transcended Opus, and then running this Devil. And no Rabbit here. If I don't have Mika, maybe try Crimson Scale. No Rabbit because I'm main Kaguya. Oh right, you're main Kaguya. Oh, I know I can't do it. Make Mikhail cosplay Mika. I would change Belial for Invoker and Devil to Rabbit. Oh, okay. Is this 100% crit? It is, yes. It's to disable the button. It is annoying. I might, you know what? That's actually good tech. Because now it's disabled and I can't click it to turn it on and off. Are you sure you have your summon set correctly for the calculator? It says Kaguya, but what else did I do wrong then? I mean, there's nothing much else I can do here, right? Crit, 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 crit. Like, is that not enough? That feels like enough to me. What key is deception? Yeah, that's falsehood. Deception is falsehood. That done. Under night in birth. I was watching the illustrious video. I understand Omikin. These people using Ulquiorra, aka Messi Lagoon, now that it's not shit SMH.
Mambo.
Today's your birthday. Happy birthday, Kane. Happy birthday. Dun, 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 dun. I think Whamdus might be my favorite character. Would it even help you? Am I unlucky if I haven't got a Celestial 1000 battles? 1000 battles is how much meat? You're doing NM90, I imagine. So that's 5000 meat. You're running drop rate. You have 1 Kaguya NTN. I think 1 in 5,000 is unlucky, yeah. Hopefully it evens out. Or not even 1, sorry. None in 1,000. So 5,000 meat is unlucky. Yeah, Magfest helps a lot for sure. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Water was my best element by far, but I was still kind of new at that point, so I didn't get that many Celestials. Hello ED, how's it going? Ba-dum. Ba-do-do. You think you're hitting cap on your normal attacks. How to remove that cap? So normal attack cap in your grid, general damage cap in your grid. Other forms of cap break include supplemental damage and bonus damage as well. For Magna, the most common way to introduce damage cap into your grid is by using the M3 Exalto weapons. So for fire, it is this one. This one gives damage cap here. This is just general damage cap here. So this is good. If you want supplemental damage in Magnifier, weapons like the Ben Bennett exist, which is supplemental. This is a form of cap break. Cap break means things that help you go over the damage cap, but aren't necessarily damage cap. Yeah, amp is another one too, exactly. So, things like that, yeah. But yeah, if you aren't using Exalto weapons in your grid, the M3 ones, that should be the first thing you put in. I see a lot of odious weapons in your inventory. Yes, I have a few. I have a few here and there. It's funny because his inventory is messy. What do you mean? Look how clean it is. How is this messy? And he's a hoarder. It's not that bad. Until they make it easier, your team just dies in a few turns. You can just help raise the conditional chest requirement when you join pubs. That's what I would recommend. Like, you don't need to survive. You can just help out with the conditional, and then you'll get some honors that way. Then get better. Thanks, Omikin. It takes hard work and effort. Can NM90 drop Celestials? Yes, it can. 90 is the best place to farm Celestials, in fact. 90 for Celestials, 95 for Chest of Good Fortune. There is no good fortune in this world. Wait, WAM says TA nodes? I think I have those though. Yeah, I do. Mumble. My attack cap is around 700k right now. Seeing you make 6 mil damage is insane. I'm doing about, at the moment, 9 point something, which is actually sort of low. We're running a underpowered group because this raid isn't that difficult. The 6 mil is from a skill nuke actually, it's not from a normal attack. You don't know where the light blue numbers are coming from? There you go. My Percy 3 hits 3.7 mil. That's a lot. Wait, is that all? No, wait, mine just hit 5 mil. I guess it's not a lot. Takahashi Mitz, thank you for the follow. NA sub goes crazy. My CA cap is 6 million. Okay. Minus 3.6 with crit. You can't push it over. So for it depends which raid you're in, but these raids, this one, like this one, like basically in the game there exists a hard cap, 6.6 million or 13.1 million. Generally, charge attacks, if you have a good grid, can reach those numbers depending on the character, at least the 6.6 one. 13.1 is much harder. So you said 6 mil, so you can technically get 0.6 more there, depending on what raid you're fighting. It did 3.9. My mouse is doing the double back thing again, chat. Tell it to stop. Time to buy the same exact mouse for the 3rd time. Sariel, you're my favorite character and all, but Wamdus needs the HP. Fake fan, yep. Fake fan. Absolute fake fan. Can't believe Munching would do this. It still sucks, yeah, it's because Wamdus isn't your favorite. Omikin says, I forgot about drop rate arties after SMHing me that Essa didn't have one. Excuse me? Explain yourself right now. I just like the duck. Okay, the duck is pretty good though. I will agree with that. The duck is pretty good. Fuck it, I'm awakening this Celestial. Is Celestial only farmable in Guild War? Technically you can farm it in Records of the 10 as well. Does it drop in Droid Barrage? I don't think it does. But yeah, Guild War is the main event where you farm them. Where is this Wamd skin from? This is a Halloween skin.
Mambo.
I left my Guild War mobile phone in the office. Oh no. I stopped at 150 billion. I think you've put the wrong letter there, but... Does anyone have that double Kaguya set up? For NM90 or EX Plus or which one? I would check the wiki first, Fox. NM90. I think Primal... I don't think Magna would have double Kaguya. The Magna, so yeah. No reason to double CAG if it would just add buttons. Yes. You only do double CAG if it doesn't slow you down. Yo, who's that Fire Lord over there? Her name's Umikin. How many Celestial drops so far? 1. I started at 50k. I wish I had whammed this. You tried rolling for her, but no dice. Which weapon did I ticket? Mercy.
Mambo.
No, why no? What did you want me to do? Now I have to get the funny bow. Oh. No, you don't have to get the funny bow if you don't want. Oh my god, Fox High, my day just got better. Based grid. Triple Ixaba. What on earth? DY, who would win in a fight? Lambo or Mambo? Wait, what the hell's Lambo? Like Lamborghini? Question, is single cargo possible without holiday wonders? Is Romp is good though? Romp is good, yeah. How is he refreshing before animations? Is that some tech? Which animation? They're refreshing normally though. Oh, seriously, they're refreshed? Like, as soon as it's queued, you can refresh. So, like, for example, if I went... no, sorry. Let me try again. I'll just click a bunch of skills, and then you'll see what I mean. I just need to queue it, right? And then as soon as I can refresh there, right? See? Yeah, you can refresh skills and summons in the queue as soon as the previous one ends. But it needs to pop up here. At the moment I'm just doing Percy 3, so it's hard to show, but here it would be like, no. See, it's done. Doesn't work with attack and queue yet. Munching said the Hitman Reborn cow. I don't remember that. I'm gonna be real. Okay, I'm gonna say Mumble wins. I looked it up. I'm gonna say Mumble wins. Okay, one build prelims done. Good night, Omikin Otsu. A 17 Celestials, very nice. How much meat was that again?
Mambo, mambo.
Like 13,000, okay. Omikin ran like very high drop rate. So I still think he sacked, but yeah. Still sack it is, yeah. Hi guys, do you guys know how to unlock Shadow the Hedgehog from the game Shadow the Hedgehog video game series in the game Super Smash Bros. Brawl? I am not aware, sorry. Maybe chat knows. I heard it was very convoluted to do that though. Dun, dun. I think you need to finish the story with Sonic. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe give that a try. Thank you for the follow. He hit one Bill Eister? Oh my god. You stink. Oh, rude. Hello, do you think it's mandatory to have all characters with defensive awakening orbs at max level if I want to solo HL raids like Hexa or Far-Zero, or is it possible to swipe awakening type orbs once I have a good group with defensive stats? Try it and find out? Ultimately, yeah. It depends. Like, sometimes, like, awakenings will be the difference between surviving and not, and some teams it won't matter. Like, for example, when I did my fire solo, it was very easy, like, health-wise, so I didn't feel like I needed to change anything. But on other elements, yeah, it did matter. Ultimately, awakenings are very what am I trying to say? Awakenings are very cheap to switch, so yeah. I don't think you should stress about it. Do I think Wizard Origin is going to use any Warlock skills or nah? I think some of the Warlock skills are good, so yeah. I think the Crest one is also very interesting. It depends on if the class can get Crest very quickly. With Zosimos. Which fire character provides healing each turn? You're gonna full auto NM 95 every turn. Feeny is pretty good, but somebody needs to take damage. I think I forget. Yule S2, Grand Yule, yeah. The thing that annoys me is the fact that I can't physically get any outfit for MC with voice lines and the Rebelware one from Relink. I want them so badly. Yeah, there's not many MC skins with voice lines, unfortunately. I think Zal has some sustain too, Zal Molina. Basically, try a couple different things, chuck some characters in, see how it goes. That's my recommendation. Didn't Elmont also get a heal with his own cap? I don't remember. Possibly. If you can do 20 skill hits, then yes. Burn my bread. Da-da-dum. Ba-ba-ba. Summoner's War is collabing with Frieren? Ew. I hate Summoner's War. How unfortunate. What the hell? How do you check the sales log for PoE? There's like a button next to the merchant tab. It's like an on controller it's an information. I think on mouse and keyboard it's more like a hamburger on the top right of the tab. I think you can also check on the trade website too, can't you? I've never done that. Let me try. Everybody except Granblue, yeah. Maybe in the future. Yeah, you can do it here, Zensign. Apparently I've sold some things in the past couple minutes. Wows. Wows, 19 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, 3 hours ago. Sold a tablet earlier for like, 11 div there. I think I sold like a 13 div tablet somewhere as well. Oh yeah, this one. 13 div. You missold a 90 div base by accident. Ah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. We still have November collab slot. We shall see what they announce at Extra Fairs. We'll have to see. I'm not entirely convinced we get another collab this year, personally. So scared almost every month we got limited banner except November. $14 collab for Ever Cold promotion. And let's even up our meat count. Ba-dum. I forgot that, like, I forgot how slow meat, like how slow you spend meat on NM90. Because each fight is only 5. It's formal banner bait. Takes a while to burn them, yeah. Formal banner characters out now, yeah. They're available until July 16th, yeah. So they'll be in the banner. But as for whether they'll be sparkable again, it's sort of doubted. I really want to play Scramble again. It's such a great game. Scrambled egg. No, not scrambled eggs. Persona 5 Scramble. Or was it called Strikers in English? Whichever one it was. Only 2 raid ups. That's probably the highest for Ilsa this year. Yeah. Anitix has a 100% chance. That's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. Only 2 characters sparkable, yup. DY, tomorrow's 100 and 150, right? Wrong. Tomorrow's not either of those things. It's 0.35 instead of 0.3. Will I do an illustrious weapon ticket guide? No, I won't. But I do talk about them in the most recent podcast episode. But no, I won't do a guide. And it's because I don't think there is a universal recommendation that is correct and accurate to give to anybody. What do you think we get for formal? Light or dark plus fire. That's what I think. Fire or water? Why do I think this? I have no idea. Just a gut feeling. I.e. source, I made it up, is what I'm trying to say. You're thinking 3? No, I'm thinking 2. I'm saying one slot is light or dark, and the other slot is fire or water. That's what I'm saying. Nico says double wind. What the hell? Dark or dark light? IMO. Double Earth with a summon. What on earth are you guys talking about? Why do we keep saying these things? Stop it. What about if it's double wind? Stop that as well. Now that fire has got two 280 weapons, water will get the NA one with sub. Oh, you think they're just gonna ditch Bride Keeper like that? It's been long enough. You hate Nico as well. I got it. Did you do character predictions for formal? Yeah, we did them a while ago. We've done them. I still want you to rot in hell. Yeah. It's very rude, honestly. I'm giving you an out. I'm also one Bride Keeper. I don't think this is actually an out. Well, you can only have one bride. Okay, Munching. That's not what we're talking about. Very funny. Really funny. The TA on Zeta is rough. I have to go Nickel. Yeah, if you're not clicking Zeta 1, it can be a little rough. And Zeta 1 doesn't activate on Percy either, so...
どんなもんだい。
Can we spark previous formal characters on the formal premium draw? So we don't know. We don't know if on June Legend you will be able to spark Ilsa and Fra. This is the first time they've ever done a formal rerun because formal was only introduced last year, so we have no precedent here. So my answer here is I don't know. I don't know, nobody knows except Cygames. Use my alchemy tickets here for the high rate. If there's sparkable on Gala, I'll spark there. Otherwise, see what happens. I'm sorry, Nico. It stinks.
私とアルベスなら当然よ。 私とアルベスなら当然よ。
Is that truth out? Reach out to the truth in mayonnaise. Okay, I've never heard it like that, but I fear you've ruined the song for me now. It says mayo there. What did it say? It said reach out to the truth. Hold on, I'm looking it up. It says reach out to the truth in Mayonaka Arena. In Mayonaka Arena, Munching. Yeah, I see, I see. I thought you were talking about the lyrics. I was like, I don't think I've heard that. I'm starting to get ready for my work commute, not realizing that my leave time is actually 6 hours from now. Back to bed. You were off from your commute by 6 hours? How does that happen? Yeah, this one's burn my bread. I have a travel job and have a meetup site to go at designated times. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like completely clueless in that. Burn my bread. Whereas don't ask why. I'm ready, but I'm ready. He made Kaguya work somehow. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Burn my bread. Okay, we've got 2 Celestials now. The formal character weapons are out now, yes. I think 95 setups don't really run Kaguya anymore. It's just 90, right? I'm doing like 10 buttons, no summon, 1 turn Kaguya. 90s, I would kick the Kaguya to cut the buttons. That's not worth it in my opinion. I'm playing around with Shion shenanigans. I was watching someone play FF6 in stream. I didn't notice that the enemy death animations seem to be the precursor to the ones in GBF. FF6, huh? Yeah, I've never seen FF6 either. I'll have to check it out. The sprites disintegrating and turning black and red. Oh, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Like 34 seconds for NM90 with Kaguya. I can do 35-second NM95s. Yeah. Probably try to optimize your 90 if you want celestial weapons. Da, 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 dum, dum. Dun, 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 bum, ba, ba, da, da, da. You do reloads. Mhm. How much meat are you guys on, chat? I'm 38k. What meat, says Nutella. Has someone been slacking? You have 10k. Just 19 now, yeah. Finished your goal of 17k. Been playing Pokemon Champions instead. I still need to watch some Pokemon Champions content. You spent a bunch, so only at 14k, you're gonna farm up again. You're at 40k. I love this track. Smile. That's right. It's the Smile track. Eddie's dumbass looking face, yeah. Isn't it great? Getting rid of Ragazo made me stronger? Interesting. A free Yule Percy Yukata song. In my mind, I always finish the first word because, like, when it starts, they say this word here coming up. In my mind, I always heard that as Trafalgar. Am I the only one? I think a lot of people do. Okay, good. I'm not alone. Hotel Trivago. Damn, you're still live. Hello, Mugulita, I am. Yorha Trivago. What's the cutoff for tier A 9000? You think that sounds correct to me, but I'd have to go check. Finally got a celestial weapon. Very nice. Congratulations. It's the staff, which you have max uncap. That's fine. Celestial weapons, it really doesn't matter what you drop, because you can just reduce it and it gives you 15 cores. And with those 15 cores, you can buy a weapon from the shop. So yeah, dropping one that you already have is completely fine. Doesn't change anything. Dun-dun. I'm starting to get sleepy. You might do a little bit more 90s and then you might binge. Me too, actually. Less sleepy, but more just tired. Me. Bum, 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 ba, da, da, dum. Why do some characters change their voice lines depending on the battle or character detail pose you use? I don't think there's much they can do to change it, but most of the round being in the middle of the night is kind of annoying, yeah, for sure. Because, like, I do not want my Eternal saying they're less upgraded lines for the EX pose. I worked hard to say Siete de Espada Galaxia. Can't you pick and choose those? You can choose the sprite, Sassel. So you could choose the art and then choose the sprite. As for Ogi, yeah, I think Ogi is the issue. Oh, it changes the lines, I see, yeah. I don't know. I feel like you know more than me in this topic. Isn't the CA dependent on the sprite? I thought so, yeah. LeBron Jam. A Lotus Juice is so good. All I see is Jenna on my sidebar and he's on Lads. Lads, huh? Oh yeah, he's gonna play it today. I didn't realize you were allowed to stream the game. I mean, I actually don't know that much about the... I mean, I've seen a couple things, I guess. Alright, we spent about 3k. Got 2 weapons in 3k. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Tomorrow we'll be mostly spending meat. So we'll figure that out. I'm tired, chat. It's a little early, but I will call it there. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'm going to go chill and rest my hands for the rest of the evening. Let's go raid Captain 0. Yeah. So let's go say hi to Cap. Thank you so much for watching, chat. I'll be back at 9 AM JST tomorrow. Tomorrow's interlude, so I will be I'll go teach in the middle, but I'll probably be back in the evening for some light farming. But either way, see you guys tomorrow at 9 AM JST. Until then, have fun farming, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.